Sarian, and I'd like to welcome you to my podcast, Dark History. Here, we believe history does not have to be boring. I mean, it's tragic a lot of the times. Sometimes it's happy. But either way, it's our dark history. So all you have to do is sit back, relax, and just let me talk, baby, because I got some hot, juicy history goss for you. Okay, do you remember Tickle Me Elmo?
Oh my god.
That tickles! Tickle Me Elmo!
The new one is so scary.
But I remember those damn toys being like in the news every time I turned on the TV.
Mom waited in line for 2 hours barely to get one.
You had to give your blood, sweat, and tears just to get your hands on one of those vibrating Muppets. Yes, people were sitting on that Muppet, okay, and getting something else from it. But still, everyone wanted one.
Ew.
I don't think anyone sat on it, but that's not a bad idea, actually, because it did vibrate. Anyways, these things were so valuable. The freaking Cartier. Do you know Cartier? They're really expensive jewelry and stuff, right? Yeah, they are. But Cartier took advantage of the hype to sell their own products. Here's what they did. Cartier offered me Elmo for free under one condition. You have to buy the $1 million necklace draped around Elmo's neck to get it. Seriously, rumor has it. People bought it. I don't know. I want to meet that person. I mean, I'm sure you're aware people couldn't afford to buy a freaking diamond necklace just to get a Tickle Me Elmo. So they had to rush to the stores. I'm talking as soon as store doors had opened, bones were broken, people were trampled, parents were having mental breakdowns in the Kmart parking lot. It was just like that movie Jingle All the Way with Arnold. You know, it's a good one. But instead it was real life. What a time, huh? It was like mobs.
Didn't someone die during the Xbox, PlayStation thing?
Just to get a toy. Wild times. And I feel like that time period is just really unique. It's around the same time that Lisa Frank is popping the hell off. So kids had a huge part in the economy. I mean, they were demanding colorful, bright, exciting, fun toys. And as a result of that, money-hungry corporations, of course, were racking their brains to figure out exactly what to give them, or maybe what to sell them, and how to even market to the children. Now we have our phones, TikTok, algorithms, and that's really how things are marketed to us now. Everyone's in an absolute panic about it. Our kids are going to grow up and become money-hungry capitalists. Everyone seems to forget what it was like to be a kid in the 80s and the 90s and have unsupervised access to TV, especially kids' TV. Channels like Nickelodeon and the Disney Channel created content specifically for children, which is great. Kids, we wanted TV shows too. We don't want to watch those boring shows our parents watched. And having channels cater to the children makes perfect sense. But the content wasn't the only thing being catered to them. The advertising was too. That's right, back in the good old days before children were being influenced by advertisements on the internet, things were simpler. In between episodes of Double Dare and Hey Dude, do you remember Hey Dude?
No.
I know you know. Anyways, kids were being bombarded with commercials. And the commercials basically went like this. Toy, 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 sugary cereal, toy, toy, local amusement park, toy, toy, toy. It was aggressive. They were like, you want this monster truck. Blah! It was whoa, but you wanted it. And because the content wasn't inappropriate, parents weren't thinking anything of it. They just looked the other way. Can't blame them. They didn't feel the need to monitor what their kids were watching, right? How bad could it be? Meanwhile, all those toy ads were becoming core memories for us. And our little hearts were becoming obsessed with having the it toy of the moment. I want that toy, Mom! And for a while, that toy was Tickle Me Elmo. And the Tickle Me Elmo craze taught companies something about manipulating the toy market. Step one, get the kids obsessed. Okay, they want this toy, bitch. Step two, get the kids to bother their parents who control the family money. Step three, buy the toy to shut the kid up. So actually, they needed the parents to be obsessed in one way or another, Oh my God, when you think about it, it's they would get you and you'd be like, I want that toy, I want that toy. And you would bug your parent, please, Mom, please. I was bad. I was ruthless. I was every day, please. It was bad. I mean, and their plan worked. almost became a cultural fad to the point where like the company didn't even need to advertise anymore because now the toy was fueled by word of mouth and exclusivity. Oh, everyone was talking about it, but not everyone could get it. That's how you get people like wanting it even more. Around the same time, a couple of toys seemed to like come out of nowhere, and they were helping to ride that frantic high of what was happening in Elmo Toyland. Oh yeah, baby. But their creators had to figure out a way to make children absolutely crazy about them. And girl, they eventually did it. These two toys alone changed the economy, the way we shop, and forever like rewired our impressionable little brains. I'm talking about Beanie Babies and Furbies. You know. Listen, get real close because I know you can relate. You know when you're wearing uncomfortable underwear and you've got like that wedgie and you have to do that weird walk to get the wedgie out? The wedgie waddle. But guess what? With Skims, wedgie waddles can be a thing of the past. Girl, Skims, woo! Okay, listen, girl, Skims has been taking the world by storm, and let me tell you why. Are you listening? Thank you. Skims is a solutions-oriented brand creating the next generation of underwear, loungewear, shapewear, lots of wear. From shapewear that enhances your natural curves to underwear that stretches to like twice its size. Skims is bringing some much-needed comfort back into our lives. First of all, right now, if you're watching over on YouTube, this is a Skims bodysuit. I love their bodysuits. But also, I love their underwear. It's like unbelievable. I personally love like the boy shorts and the cheeky briefs. They are airy, they kind of mold to the body, and they're super, super comfortable. It honestly feels like you're not even wearing anything. I know I'm a crazy lunatic, but I love their underwear so much that I literally went through my dresser and I got rid of all my old underwear, and now it's just all Skims. Oh, Paul, I should get you some Skims, actually. You're always showing up here naked. The Fits Everybody collection is available in sizes extra, extra small to 4X, and you can shop now at skims.com. Plus, you get free shipping on orders over $75. After you place your order, be sure to let them know that, we sent you. Select podcast in the survey, and be sure to select Dark History from the drop-down menu that follows. That'd be super cool. Thanks. Now let's get back to today's story, huh? So let's start with Beanie Babies. You good about that? Okay. So, Beanie Babies technically came first. Most of you have seen them before. They're these small stuffed toys that kind of feel like tiny beanbag chairs. And every single one of them was special. They all had a name and a poem about them on those iconic red heart tags, which are staple to their ears. So, Joan has her little, it's not a TY tag, it says JC. Praise God. Oh, my bad, girl. It's her initials. I was thinking Jesus. I was like, that's so cute. Okay, not a Beanie Baby. Paul came ready today with his Beanie Baby little outfit. And Paul, I love it. I love the dedication you have. John, get it together. Do better. Anywho, and did you ever think to yourself, like, why do those red tags have a TY on it? Now, I personally always thought it stood for thank you. I was like, you're welcome. I love you. No, it actually stands for the name of the company's founder. Yeah, H. Ty Warner is the founder of Ty Inc. and the inventor of Beanie Babies. And to this day, he's one of the richest people in the world with a net worth in the billions. But he's quiet. He's quiet. But just like our girl Lisa, much is known about the guy. He grants very few interviews and lives a very secretive life. He claims to come from like very humble beginnings, but that's what all billionaires say, huh? They want to have that relatable story. It's like, sure, Ty. Okay. So here's a little backstory on Ty. What we know. Ty was born on September 3rd, 1944, so he's a Virgo. And he grew up in Illinois with like his parents and his younger sister. His childhood home was designed by one of the most famous architects of all time. Oh my gosh, Frank Lloyd Wright. I'm a big fan. He's like, yeah, everyone grew up in a house made by a famous architect, right? That's how houses are made. Like, no, Ty. I lived in the suburbs with dirt in our backyard. But hey, at least it was a roof over my head. But anyways, as a teenager, humble Ty was sent away from home to a school called St. John's Northwestern Military Academy in Wisconsin. Now, this was like a military boarding school. He's never publicly explained why he was sent there, but I'm guessing, most people go to these things because of bad behavior, but, we don't know. Maybe it was for good behavior. Maybe he wanted to go. When reporters went sniffing around the school to find out more about his time there, it seemed like Ty got to them first and told the school to say nothing. Were they paid off? I don't know. Maybe. Snitches get stitches. I don't know. Which normally is kind of like whatever. But when you're going out of your way to make sure that people don't know something about you, there's got to be a story there, right? What's up, Ty? What's up? Ty eventually graduated from his super secretive military boarding school, and then he went on to college. But he dropped out after just 1 year. It just wasn't his thing. He floated around for a few years after that, just doing different little odd jobs, like working as a bellman in a hotel. He did valet, and also he was an encyclopedia salesman. That's an old school job. People would go door to door trying to sell encyclopedias. You couldn't even think about that now, but back then, that's what people did. But he realized none of these are really his passion. But then Ty got lucky. After bouncing from job to job, he reached out to his daddy Hal, asking for help. Hal, his dad, was a toy salesman at a place called Dakin Toy Company. Now Hal was able to pull some strings and get Ty a job as a salesman at his work. Ty turned out to be a natural salesman. He was really good at it. But the way he went about it was a little quirky, strange, some might say. Ty would arrive at sales calls in a Rolls Royce, late, wearing a fur coat, top hat, and carrying a cane. Okay, bro, that's a choice. But good for him. So he was a toy salesman, who came to work dressed as the Monopoly guy, which kind of makes sense. I don't know. He wanted people to think that he was loaded. They say dress for the job that you want, not the job that you have. And he was dressing, well, did he want to be the Monopoly man? Maybe. We don't know. Anyways, he wanted people to think that he was loaded, okay? And apparently it worked. I mean, he was reportedly making six figures at the time. And this was in the 80s. So that was a lot. I mean, it's still a lot, right? But back then, that was a lot. Ty was just living his little rich life, killing it, until one day he was fired. Oh, yeah. Apparently, allegedly, on the side, Ty was trying to make his own toys that could make him even more money. And he was caught trying to sell a few on company time. So they had to let him go. Plus, he was making his dad look bad. Come on, get it together. So Ty took a little time out from the toy industry for a bit. And during this time, his father Hal sadly passed away. But Ty inherited a ton of money from daddy. Wow. Instead of using it on another fur coat and top hat, Ty pours the money into his own company. And in 1986, he came back swinging with his own company, Ty Inc. So he first launched the company with a line of toy cats. And they were successful right away, not because they were cuter than any other toy cat on the market. It's because they were stuffed with PVC pellets instead of stuffing. So they had a much more satisfying squish to them, way better than a regular stuffed animal that had more of a pillowy feel. Okay, so the toy cat does well. So he's okay, I gotta do something else. Ty decided he had to go with the pellet stuffing again. And he knew his key to success would be giving people what they expected, but slightly different.
Come on, Jacko.
Yeah. So he decided to go with stuffed animals again. But this time, he was going to understuff them. I know at first I was oh, so he's being cheap? No, his strategy. As well as understuffing them, he was going to make them smaller. The idea here was that kids would be able to pose the animals in different positions, so they wouldn't be stuck in just one shape. Plus, they were I don't know if you ever had a Beanie Baby, but if you got one and you threw it at your sister, it wouldn't hurt. You could hit each other with it. It wasn't that bad. I might throw you across the room, Joan. Once he had the prototype, he knew, like, this is it. This is going to be my money maker. And then, ta-da! The Beanie Baby was born. Praise God. He debuted them at the 1993 Toy Fair in New York City. I know there's a Toy Fair. I'm like, can I go? Is it still happening? It is still happening. There's one coming up, like not that in like the summer that I kind of want to go to. I just want to see what's out there. I like toys; they're fun. So he first like his first run of Beanie Babies, and they are now known as the original 9. So the original 9 included Chocolate the Moose, Cubby the Bear, Flash the Dolphin,
I have the
Leg
moose.
the Frog, Patty the
The
Platypus,
moose.
Pinchers the Lobster, Splash
Downstairs.
the Orca, the Platypus, Pinchers the Lobster,
I had the platypus.
Splash the Orca,
And I had
Spot
the
the Dog,
lobster.
and Squealer the Pig. Which one did you have? Let me know down below because I know you had one. I freaking loved Patty the Platypus. I mean, she didn't have arms, but she did so much. And Pinchers the Lobster. Remember when they did the McDonald's thing? I got him in a Happy Meal. So, okay, we all thought they were cute because they were. They were so cute. And that, of course, helped sales. But the big boost for Beanie Babies was their price point. Originally, Beanie Babies were only $5 each, which meant that they were accessible to almost everyone who was in the market for a toy. But here's the thing, people weren't really in the market for them at first. One of Ty's earliest employees said, quote, at the beginning, nobody really wanted Beanie Babies, end quote. Ooh, what a diss. I'm just kidding. This is true. At first, not only were customers kind of meh about them, but toy store owners didn't think they fit the vibe of their stores. After putting everything on the line, Ty realizes that he needs to come up with something to make the world want the Beanie Baby. So he sat down, put his little fingers together, got to using his noggin, and he came up with a little genius plan. Maybe an evil plan, some might say, but whatever. So he thought to himself, hey, what if not everyone could get them? What if they were kind of like a VIP collector's item? All he had to do was play a few little mind games on the entire world. So listen, in 1995, Ty Inc. made a big announcement. They basically told the world, your favorite Beanie Babies are retiring, RIP, LOL. Okay, listen, this wasn't exactly his own original idea. At the same time, Disney was doing the same thing with some of their movies. Remember with the damn vault? They would put on these commercials explaining that there were only a few short weeks to buy Aladdin VHS before it went into the vault forever. And you fucking lost your mind. You're like, I have to get Aladdin VHS. It's going in the vault forever. You don't understand, Mom. I need Aladdin. What will I do without Aladdin? So you panicked. You told your parents, go out and buy it, right? And they did because it was going in the vault forever because we fell for it every freaking time. Ty was doing the same thing with the beanies. And kids were freaking out, not Pinchers Lobster, please not Pinchers Lobster. I have to get him. And because of this, people rushed to the stores to collect the retiring Beanie Babies, before they were gone forever. But even that didn't give Ty the numbers he wanted. He wanted more. Ty had this method where he would sell each store 36 new Beanie Babies at a time. That way people would just rush out to get them, just like they did with the Tickle Me Elmo, right? I mean, there's only a limited amount. People wanted it. People were buying the Beanie Babies and selling them at insane markups because they knew someone somewhere was going to pay that price.
Yeah.
People would go to the local store, get their hands on an Iggy the Iguana Beanie Baby for $5, and then they would turn around and sell it online for $15,000. And someone would buy it. I don't know. It wasn't even one of the good ones either, but someone bought that. But this is where Ty thrived. He really killed it when it came to creating a demand for this product. And again, listen, this was the 90s. So just as the Beanie Baby madness was rising, the internet was being born. Or it was kind of becoming the internet. You know what I'm saying? And we were like, what? SpaceJam.com? And thanks to Beanie Babies, one of the first online stores ever was able to turn into $1 billion company. Yes, because of the Beanie Baby. I'm talking about eBay. I have a love-hate relationship with eBay. I go through phases where I'm all into eBay to this day. And I'm I don't know what I'm trying to buy. I bought a bunch of VHSs recently, for a good price. But I love me some eBay. You can like, anyways. Let me not go on to an eBay freaking rant. Anyways, eBay thrived because of the Beanie Babies. Beanie Babies and eBay became so tied to each other that within 2 years of eBay's launch, 6% of sales on the site were just Beanie Babies.
What?
And because this age of the internet didn't have a lot of like protections for buyers, sadly, a lot of people were getting ripped off left and right. Like there was this one guy on eBay who would list and sell Beanie Babies that he never had. He would take people's money and then delete his account. He was trying to hustle. That's shady. But you know, someone was gonna do it. When the authorities were closing in on this guy, his response to the accusation was the following. Ha 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 ha. And then he said, quote, all you people are really quite ridiculous. You make a deal via email, never see the person, never speak with the person, and then you get upset when you get ripped off? You must be a bunch
What
of
a dick.
End quote. Anyways, he posted this online in like 1996. And I think I did a great read on that. Ha 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 ha. I felt it, the emotion. Even though some people shied away from eBay, a lot of people just didn't know how to use the internet. Good. Anyways, a demand for mint condition Beanie Babies, it kept skyrocketing. I mean, people were taking it to the extreme. They would put their Beanie Babies in like those clear boxes for protection, and then have the clear heart-shaped plastic cover for the tag, because people want to protect it, thinking long term this is going to make me a lot of money if it's in mint condition. Anyways, if they were listed in those plastic protectors and whatnot, those sold for like tens of thousands of dollars. There were even products like the unofficial Beanie Baby handbook being sold.
I had that.
And this handbook was kind of like a Kelly Blue book, you know, the one for cars, but it was for Beanie Babies. Yeah, and it showed like their current value and predicted.
I literally had that book.
Made up what their future value would be. You know? Did you have this book? I have this book. I would read it at night. I don't know why, but I was like, I would put a little star by the ones I wanted. And that's like the one thing people really cared about was like, will these Beanie Babies pay for my retirement? And I will say, this is my own personal opinion, but I feel like this is when it became not fun anymore, because the adults stepped in and made them expensive, and all they cared about was money. Where the kids, us kids at the time, we just wanted it. It was so cute, you know, and it was like $5, so you could like get it with your allowance. Remember allowances? Do people still do allowances? Let me know down below. You sell your kid? How does that work? As their popularity continued to rise, Beanie Babies got more and more and more love from the media. This is because Ty did what a lot of people refuse to do even today. He made sure his toys were mostly sold in small businesses. He didn't sell to those big-ass corporations that were just adding money to the Scrooge McDuck pile of cash, you know? Gold bars all around them. He knew he'd make money off these beanies either way. So it's like, why not help small businesses along the way? And it was like, oh, I love that, you know? Ty, sweetie, that's so sweet. I love that. But in 1997, they hit it big. Ty immediately backtracked his small business thing and locked down a major deal with McDonald's. I love McDonald's. I know, it's bad. I know. But give me a chicken McNugget Happy Meal with some barbecue sauce, and I'm a happy little meal. Anyhow, so he partners with McDonald's. And McDonald's, they asked Ty to create a special line of teeny Beanie Babies for their Happy Meals. And even those became collectibles. Yeah, the hamburger toys. I won't lie to you, there's a bin in my mom's, I think it's at my mom's house, that is filled with the McDonald's Beanie Babies. So let me know if you want to buy one for me. I got them all. I'll go to my mom's, I'll get that bin, okay? And I'll sell them to you if the price is right. But yeah, I fell for that. I love Beanie Babies. Anyhow, Beanie Babies also gave the 90s one of the biggest retail events of the decade. And it had to do with the death of one of the most beloved celebrities of all.
Ah, ça, c'est Mélissa.
Comment tu sais pour savoir? Ah, ben oui, les lumières.
Je suis tellement contente de vous voir.
Vivez pleinement avec le nouveau Seltos. Kia, du mouvement vient l'inspiration.
Time. Oh, Joan, thanks. You're so sweet. I know my skin's been looking really good lately. I mean, your feathers, don't get me wrong, they are looking healthy, shiny, great. Anyways, I've been like, you know what I've been doing. I've been drinking more water, I've been getting more sleep, and of course, I can always rely on Apostrophe. Apostrophe is an online platform that connects you with a dermatologist who will help you find the best skincare treatment for your skin needs and/or concerns. Through Apostrophe, you can get access to oral and topical medication that use clinically proven ingredients to address all types of skin concerns. And honestly, they're the best because their whole mission is to help you feel confident in your own skin. Isn't that right, Joan? I feel like us women are kind of stuck in this weird place. Like, you want to look youthful and pretty, but like also the aging process is so beautiful. I don't want to look like Catwoman, you know what I'm saying? So whether you want to address fine lines, wrinkles, or dark spots, that's your choice. It's up to you. But if you decide to do something, Apostrophe is here to help. I mean, I've been using Apostrophe for years now, and it's so simple for me to just log into my account and schedule a visit. Don't even have to leave the house. I mean, I guarantee you'll love them as much as I do. If this sounds like your cup of tea, we have a special deal for our audience. Get your first visit for only $5 at apostrophe.com/darkhistory when you use our code DARKHISTORY. That's a savings of $15. Look, this code is only available to our listeners. And to get started, just go to apostrophe.com/darkhistory and then click Get Started. Then use our code DARKHISTORY at sign up and you'll get your first visit for only $5. A special thank you to Apostrophe for sponsoring today's episode. Now let's get back to today's story. August 31st, 1997 is a day that a lot of people will remember for the rest of time. There was shock across the globe. That's because that was sadly the day Princess Diana died in a car accident. So Ty, out of nowhere, was like, profit.
Yeah.
No. But he was, because Ty was like, we're going to sell you something you never knew you needed. A super special edition Beanie Baby honoring Princess Diana. When you look at it now, it's kind of like, bro, really? Okay. I mean, look, it was like the classiest Beanie Baby the company had ever released. If you don't remember, you don't know, listen, it was royal purple, Beanie, the bear. It was a bear. And it featured a white rose on its chest. It was beautiful. We were crying. I remember looking at it like, oh, it's so beautiful. Apparently, the funds from the sales went straight to Diana's memorial fund. But did they? I don't know. Either way, it made people, I guess, feel good when they were buying it. They were like, oh, we're helping, But just like with all the limited edition beanies, people were frantic to get their hands on one. They really believed if they got one, they wouldn't ever have to worry about money again. Instead of stores selling 36 bears like normal, they were only able to sell 12. So just like with the Tickle Me Elmo, people were going to do anything they could to get one of those Diana Beanie Babies. Even if that meant shoving a bitch. Okay, wait, I need that Diana fucking bear. One woman, her name was Gretchen LeMay, told a story about fighting. It's not funny, but she told a story about fighting an old woman for her Princess Diana bear. Yeah, she literally came out and said, quote, she was going for it, but because I was younger and faster, I got it first. If it were anything else, I would have relented and said, oh no, you go ahead. But I was like, this one's mine, end quote. Okay, Gretchen, you go. Worth it. But in the end, Ty, it's just funny that she came out and admitted, like, yeah, I pushed that old woman out of the way. I respect it, Gretchen. Honesty, that is. But anyways, in the end, Ty kind of screwed over those people when he went against his own rule and made more Princess Diana Beanie Babies than expected. Yeah, what? Yeah. This meant that more people had them and they became, less special. In other words, less valuable. Today, because I literally went on eBay the other day. You can still find some eBay listings offering the Princess Diana Beanie Baby at insane prices. It's weird. I mean, that doesn't mean anyone is buying it, but I want you to buy it and let me know. I just want to know, like, is it a scam? I can't figure it out because why are they listed for, God, thousands of dollars today? It just doesn't make sense. So if you buy one, let me know if it's a scam or not. I'm just curious. If you have one, you want to get rid of it, send it my way. I will replace Joan and put the Princess Diana Baby right here because she is beautiful. Okay, she deserved. Sorry, you could go. I'm just kidding, Johnny. So in 1999, Thai Inc. made an earth-shattering announcement to the press. It was on their website too. Maybe you remember this. It left everyone shook. It said the following, quote, "Very important notice. On December 31st, 1999, 11:59 p.m. CST, all beanies will be retired," end quote. This was people were speechless. Shocked collectors and fans everywhere didn't know what to do. They were losing it. What? Ty, no, you can't do this to us. No. Oh. It was drama. People were freaking the fuck out. But of course, people forgot who was making this big announcement. You know, Ty is famously unreliable. And then a few months later, I think it was in January, if I remember correctly, I did live through this iconic moment in history. Thank you. But Ty took back the announcement. Yeah. And with that, he launched a brand new Beanie Baby for the new millennium. And it was ugly too. It was. Come on, it was ugly. I mean, hello. Are you listening? Are you paying attention? This is the guy who made an entire business off of playing mind games with people. You know, but what do you do? It was like, do you believe him? Or like maybe he's bluffing? I don't know. But of course, the announcement was fake. But also, this was a time when we thought the world was going to end. You know, remember 1999, December 31st? We thought the world was going to end. So it was kind of like, buy the Beanie Baby because you're going to die tomorrow. So,
for us.
Facts. But this latest marketing scheme was the final straw for Beanie Baby fans. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, can't get fooled again.
Bush.
Just what people were thinking at home. Look, they've been burned by Ty one too many times. And this really pissed them off. How dare you lie to us and tell us it's going away just so you could see. We knew what he was doing, and it was obvious this time. Okay? I was one of the pissed off people. So people, like, after this, they stopped buying Beanie Babies. Beanie Babies flatlined. Ty didn't think this was a big deal at first. Like, he always thought the fans would, make a comeback. Plus, all of his sneaky Beanie Baby moves throughout the decade made him worth like $4 billion in 1999. So he's like, I'm good. Whatever. Just trust the process. But this time, Ty was wrong. We were loyal as upset customers. We were not buying Beanie Babies ever again. By the year 2000, Beanie Baby sales were taking a freaking nosedive. The plane was going down. Okay? And along with that, his net worth too was falling from the sky. But Ty wasn't gonna go down without a fight. And he's not gonna let anyone take his fortune either. So this genius, he hides about $93 million in Swiss bank accounts. So he wouldn't have to pay taxes on it. But he ended up getting caught. In 2014, he was sentenced for the crime of tax evasion. And he received a whopping 2 years of probation, a $100,000 fine, plus 500 hours of community service. I know what you think. Rich people get away with everything. I know. $93 million in an offshore account? And he gets a little slap on the wrist? I know. I was thinking, I wonder if he sold one of his Princess Diana bears to help cover the fine. So on top of Ty's fall from grace, there was another problem that added to the Beanie Baby flop era. It was Y2K. I know I just talked about, but do you remember? Look, in 1999, people were worried because everyone thought computers wouldn't know what to do when it switched from 99 to 00. Nobody thought the computers, they were all going to explode. everything was going to shut down and the world was going to end. Yep. And we were all collectively clenching our butt cheeks, terrified that it might happen. At the same time, people were starting to have like personal computers in their home. Society is becoming obsessed with the potential of technology. And because of this, plain old plushies or beanies just don't anymore. Kids are seeing like all this tech pop up around them and they're like, hey, like, why can't we have that too? So in the early 2000s, there started to be this intersection of like toys and tech. Oh, it was so cool. It was so exciting. Do you guys remember those robot dogs? Those little ones in the Janet Jackson music video? You know, I wanted those so bad. So bad. It was so cool. It was so exciting. It was like, these are the toys of the future. Oh, it was such a fun time. Remember recording devices? Because Home Alone, I wanted a talk voice so bad, but I wanted one of those. They had all these exciting tech toys coming out, and it was just like, wow, this is the future. Like, I don't want to be baby anymore. I want something cool that does something weird. These were toys that could do things. They could move, bark. They had these like light up eyes that were kind of low-key creepy. Like, are you gonna like laser me or something? I don't know. But whatever, it was cool. And they made stuffed animals look kind of boring and dated. Like, baby, you're not talking to me. You're not barking at me. You're doing nothing. And those little robot dogs were just the beginning, because the next big thing was already in the works. It was an ultimate mashup between technology and toy. If they had a baby, and its name.
Chez Subway, la viande style délit est maintenant fraîchement tranchée sur place.
Fraîchement tranché? Trop du monde.
Et c'est notre viande style délit fraîchement tranchée aujourd'hui.
Name was FURBY. Paul, buddy, are you okay? You look pretty sick. I mean, normally you're like so bright, bubbly, and full of life. I don't know. Look, unfortunately, I don't think there is a doctor out there that can help you. But for those of you who are very much alive out there, sorry, Paul, no diss. If you need to get in front of a doctor ASAP, I highly suggest you check out ZocDoc. I love ZocDoc. Let me tell you, I've been using them for years. If you don't know, ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare highly rated in-network doctors near you, and also instantly book appointments with them online or through their app. You can search for a doctor by location, availability, and the ones that take your insurance, so you're not wasting anyone's time, you know? ZocDoc is checking all the most important boxes. Recently, I've been looking for a new psychiatrist, so naturally I went straight to ZocDoc to look for, a new doctor that takes my insurance, has availability, and isn't freaking far away. And with ZocDoc, you got more options than you even know. Go to ZocDoc.com/darkhistory and download the ZocDoc app for free. Then find and book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc, ZocDoc.com/darkhistory. ZocDoc.com/darkhistory. This is the story of a guy who invented FURBY on his time. So yeah, I tried on a whim. It was pretty good. Anyways, let me tell you a story about the guy who invented FURBY. You know FURBY. God, I love FURBY. His name was David Hampton. So David, he had a brilliant mind when it came to engineering. He was a smart guy, okay? When he was just a kid, he would entertain himself by doing stuff like taking apart toasters. You know those people. They like to tinker. And also like fixing his neighbor's broken radios. Like that was his idea of fun. And I love that. I respect it. If you know that person's smart, they're going to go far in life. And you're like, fuck, I suck at everything. I sucked at everything. Anyways, I'm here, so let me shut up. When he was old enough to work, he took a job at a TV repair shop. And even after that, when he enlisted in the Navy, he trained in aviation electronics, where he would like work on planes. After traveling the world with the Navy, he ended up in Silicon Valley, California. This is where David becomes friends with another toy maker named Caleb Junk. In 1997, Caleb and David, they made their way to a toy fair in New York, where they laid their eyes on one of the greatest toys ever invented. Tamagotchi. The Tamagotchi. Don't get me started. You know what a Tamagotchi is, right? Well, if you don't, I don't know where you live or what you're doing, but let me tell you, Tamagotchis were like these little egg-sized toys with a tiny screen, and you would like interact with a digital pet on the screen to keep them alive. It was a virtual friend, and you were completely responsible for it. And the game is just don't let it die. Okay, that's the whole point of the game. Don't let your Tamagotchi die because you're a bad parent. You felt bad. And all the poops everywhere. Remember the poops? There were two types of Tamagotchi people. You were either the kind of person who was obsessed with like keeping your Tamagotchi alive, or you were like most people and you were like, whoops,
Die again.
he shit everywhere, died. Poor guy.
You shit everywhere.
Poor Harold. R.I.P. You know you did that shit on purpose. Murderous. The toy set itself apart because it gave kids a sense of responsibility. You were responsible for this cute little creature, and if you killed it, you were a murderer. You know? But it was cute. And it was so successful. Apparently, the two people who invented the Tamagotchi won a Nobel Prize in 1997. I did not know that. Did you know? I didn't know that. Good for them. Once they got to the U.S., Tamagotchi became one of the biggest toy trends of the decade. Over 91 million Tamagotchis have been sold since then. Now, if you do the math, which I'm not going to do, but if you did it, that's a lot of money too, right? And it got me thinking, like, I wonder how many of them are still alive. If you still have a Tamagotchi and it's alive, let me know down below in the comments. What did it grow into? Because I never got that far. Remember, it would grow from like a little dude to like a cool alien, and you never knew what kind of alien you were going to get. And I never got that far because he always died. Because I had to go to school. I couldn't take Tamagotchi to school. Like, they banned them because it was becoming a problem in the classroom. So I'd be at school all day. I'd come home dead. Killed my Tamagotchi every time. Back in the 90s, like a whole bunch of schools also ended up like having to ban the Tamagotchi because kids were focused on trying to keep them alive and totally ignoring like, hello, you're in a classroom, pay attention. So parents were like taking their kids' damn Tamagotchis to work with them, and trying to remember to feed it and like keep it alive. The child. What about the children? And if they didn't, they would die. And their kids would freak out. I mean, if you have kids, which I don't, but if you have kids,
Let go.
freak out. No. Well, that's right here. It goes real bad. Anyway, so David and Caleb are watching the Tamagotchi take the world by storm, okay? But David sees one problem with the design. Quote, you can't pet it, end quote. Great point. It was a pet that you could not pet. But David and Caleb loved the idea of an interactive pet toy. I mean, it was the future. It was technology. And it was a friend. And kids had to play with it. It's kind of toxic if you think about it. It's kind of like our phones. It was a toy that demanded your attention and to be played with instead of focusing on your schoolwork, children. Like, of course, you're going to forget about all the other toys if one of them is threatening to die. It's very dramatic. Apparently, David turned to Caleb and said, quote, I just want a little guy that'll be my friend. And Aw. Same, David. Same. So David gets to work. This guy's smart, remember? He's like, I'm gonna build a toy that takes the best of Beanie Babies and Tamagotchis, mush them together, and make a baby. So he starts off by building a brain. Oh yeah, Frankenstein. A brain that would like have its own language and be capable of, quote, learning. They take the concept to the CEO of Tiger Electronics, to a guy named Roger Schiffman. Caleb and David, they pitch Roger by calling their toy, quote, a living gigapet, end quote. Which, by the way, a gigapet was like America's knockoff of a Tamagotchi. Same family, different pet. But gigapet. Oh, yes. Sorry, I just had a flashback. I remember those. I had a gigapet because they were cheaper, too. Couldn't afford the Tamagotchi. The gigapet was like lower end. I'd go to the Moreno Valley Mall and get me a gigapet. Shout out to Mobile. But David and Caleb really win Roger over with their pitch. They tell him about like how their toy was designed to build a relationship with its owner. It would be able to react to touch, so a kid could pet it and it would make like, you know, crazy little noise. sounds.
Uh,
And with the advanced toy
me,
brain,
hungry.
it could even react to light and snore once the lights went out. The cherry on the cake was that Furby
They talk
had
to
its
each other.
own language. Now, this is true. It was actually a combination of a bunch of different languages, which David learned back in his Navy era. So the Furby vocabulary would include words from Mandarin to Hebrew. He called the language Furbish, allegedly. The original name for the Furby was Furball, and it was shortened to Furby, plural, Furbies. So at this point in their presentation, I imagine the toy executive, Roger, was just frothing at the mouth. Caleb and David were legit geniuses, right? We know this by now. I hope you know this. Genius. Smart people. So they were confident that their Furby was going to be like the next big thing. He's like, take my money. So Tiger Electronics bought the rights to Furby. But a few months later, the company, it got acquired by Hasbro.
Yeah.
And if you don't know, like Hasbro was the toy company. And it happened on the opening day of the big New York Toy Fair. So according to our expert, Chris Byrne, it was the talk of the town at the fair. People all over the building were running around like, holy shit, did you hear the news? Hasbro just bought like this blah, blah, blah. Because Hasbro, the biggest company in the industry, apparently paid $335 million for Tiger. Now, Tiger at this time was like a little company that no one really cared that much about. You know, Tiger's showroom had been empty. And then once word got out, it was like suddenly mobbed by a ton of people. And everyone knew something.
J'avais peur d'abîmer mes cheveux en les colorant à la maison, mais avec Olia, ils sont tellement doux et en santé.
60% d'huile sans ammoniac.
J'ai un blond éclatant qui dure vraiment. Un look
Big was counting. Look at Joan. This is a cute sweater. I could totally see you wearing this when it comes in bulk. Bad. I know that they're missing that. My website, it's not perfect. In February 1998, Furby. I just had a brilliant idea, Joan. What if I replaced you with a Furby instead? At least a Furby could talk to me. I know. I'm looking for a replacement in front of you, and that's kind of rude of me. Let me know down below if I should get a Furby instead. In February 1998, the Furby makes her red carpet entrance at the same toy fair where Beanie Babies first debuted. And the news spread like wildfire. Like, what's this Furby? And Furby's in there like, Furby. When people first saw Furby, they were like kind of confused. I mean, I get it. It basically looks like an owl and a chinchilla had mated, you know? And there was no gender. So it wasn't clear who would gravitate more towards this creature. Was it going to be boys or girls? They don't know. But here's a cool toy. We'll see. But the Furby was undeniably unique. And Hasbro really believed in Furby's potential. So they fast-tracked it. The plan was for Furby to be released in time for Christmas. Genius. Love that. So the marketing team at Hasbro gets to work fast. Everything was riding on Furby being like the it toy in time for the holidays. It wasn't enough for Furby to be on the shelves by December. I mean, there had to be buzz around it. So they start shooting all these commercials because, bitch, they needed to hustle. And of course, they air the commercials at prime time, just after Saturday morning cartoons. Genius. These commercials promised something more than a toy. It was a friend who desperately needed you. Kind of like the Tamagotchi, but it couldn't be killed. And it talked and you could touch, you could pet. You know, it was a codependent love story. Furby would arrive at your home speaking only Furbish, its native tongue, but slowly it would apparently, allegedly, learn English as you taught it. I remember okay, so I got a Furby, of course. Hello, I was a kid. I wanted it so bad. I got a Tamagotchi and I also got a Beanie Baby. I was hitting them all. They got me good, okay, with their marketing. I was a kid and I just wanted a Furby. Okay, I got one eventually. And when I got one, it was just so much pressure. Like, I felt like I had to talk to it all the time so it would learn. But then there was rumors that, it was listening to you and being like, devil. I don't know. Okay, but listen to this. We here at Dark History, we found the truth behind the Furbish language. There was no learning happening like they said. The more the Furby was used, the more words would be unlocked, you know? So the English words were already in there the whole time, and they were tricking us to believe that it was learning from you, but it wasn't. It was programmed to with the words. Do you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. But regardless, it felt like Furby was learning. And isn't that like the most important thing? Plus, it was more technologically advanced than any other toy on the market. No one could figure out how this thing worked. David admitted that if he had access to a Furby when he was a kid, the first thing he would do was, quote, take the fur off. Hot. Wow. And then he would take it apart and see if he could put it back together again. I know, very end game. I don't know. Like, great, David. That's great. In October of 1998, just a few months before Christmas, Hasbro staged a meet and greet for Furby at Chicago's FAO Schwarz. I think I said that correctly, which was a huge, fancy-ass toy store. I mean, the line, it had stretched blocks down Michigan Avenue, and people were like so excited. Yeah, I could meet Furby. I would be lined up too. By the end of the day, thousands of Furbies were on back order, and the Hasbro people must have been like, yeah, bitch, go, Furby. By December, people were getting in line at big department stores at like 2 a.m. to ensure that their kids would have a goddamn Furby for Christmas. But there just like weren't enough of them to go around. No, they were not pulling a Ty Warner and, creating demand. They just were selling out. Everyone wanted one. I mean, look, so I don't know how old I was at this time, but I know I was young. And every day before school, I would call Kmart and like Target. I would hit all of the toy stores and ask if they had a Furby in stock. And I did this for weeks, maybe even months. I don't know. It just became like a habit. I would do it all the time. And every day, no, we don't have any. Click, and whatever. And then one day, hey, do you have Furby in stock? Yeah, we have one. Like, I didn't know what to do. I went in my parents' room. I woke them up. I was like, there's a one Furby at Kmart. You need to go and get it. And they're like, no. They were trying to parent me. No, you need to work for it, whatever. And I was like, God damn it, parents. Get it together. Get me that Furby. I wasn't spoiled, I swear. I just knew what I wanted. And I wanted a Furby. Anyways, so my parents told me, no, we're not getting it for you. No. And then when I got home from school, they had gotten me the Furby. I know. I was like gonna cry. So dumb. But shout out to my parents. You guys really can't, it was so great. I was so thankful. Unfortunately, the fun, it didn't last that long because my Furby wouldn't shut up. Like, he talked all the time. And I was like, girl, I can't think. Okay, you're talking too much. So then I put a pillowcase over its head because I wanted to like cover the sensor so he'd go to bed. And even with the pillow over his head, he didn't stop. I think mine was defective. In stores, Furbies retailed for like $30, but just like the BBs, people had started snatching them up and then, reselling them for profit. Furbies would get listed on places like eBay for hundreds of dollars. It was insanity. And as it got closer and closer to the holidays, these prices just went up and up. It got to a point where parents were buying eBay Furbies for thousands of dollars. I know. Customers started to get angry. They saw this limited availability as an attempt to gatekeep Furbies and drive up demand. I mean, everyone thought this was like another Ty Warner gimmick, but engineered by Hasbro, so they could make more money. And can you blame the people? I mean, we had trauma from that Princess Diana bear. Hasbro claimed that they were working as hard as they could to get Furbies out to everyone who wanted one. And it seems like they were being honest because they were forced to like overnight ship products from China. And this put like a major ding in their profits. Clearly, they didn't see this coming. At the end of the day, I mean, no one can plan for a fad. Not even Hasbro. At the end of the day, Furby's success didn't come from like supply and demand tactics like Beanie Babies. It came from the twisted but genius codependent relationship it created between kid and toy. It was beautiful, genius. I mean, kids are like totally attached to their Furbies. It was everything and more than they were promised in those Saturday morning commercials. Unlike with Ty, we'll never know just how profitable Furby was for David, because David, very extremely private person. Good for him, you know? I mean, Ty Warner literally took out a full page ad in the Wall Street Journal to announce to the world his many millions in profits. But David, he was giving Unabomber vibes. Just total opposite. No, in my opinion, he was giving Unabomber vibes, is what I'm saying. Don't get in trouble. As soon as the Furby fever ramped up, David was like, I'm out. Peace. Good for him. He basically disappeared off the face of the earth. He ended up moving with his family to a house in the Tahoe National Forest where they lived off the grid, even without electricity. I know. And he never disclosed the location of the house because he was so worried about crazy people coming to him and demanding a freaking Furby. I guess it's happening all the time. All we know is that he lived in an area where the nearest town was 25 miles away. Good for him. I like people who just are I'm out, bye. But David's invention would become so popular that Furby was even referenced during President Bill Clinton's impeachment hearing.
What?
Yeah, we got some weird crossovers happening here, right? Beanie Babies intersected with the death of Princess Diana. Furbies had the Clinton impeachment. It was wild times. Wild. I'm surprised OJ didn't end his Bronco chase by tossing a Tickle Me Elmo out the driver's side door. Elmo, what's that out, Now, if you're a little on the fence about Furbies, I get it. They've got something in their eyes, I watch them. It's kind of freaky. And they've got this freaky telekinetic feature. When you put two Furbies next to each other, they know. Oh, they know. And they'll even talk to each other in Furbish, of course. Which kind of freaked people out and had everyone thinking what the hell is going on with these Furbies? What is this newfangled technology? The parents who bought the Furby for Christmas in 1998, they started to panic because there were some things about Furby that were just a little odd, suspicious, questionable. One thing that really freaked people out was the Furby didn't have an off switch.
Yeah.
Furby was always on. They reacted to movement and touch whether you wanted them to or not. They were kind of like a broken smoke detector. Beep. Oh, I hate that. You can't reach it, so you're just someone will fix it one day, but not me. The only way to get peace from this little creature is if you rip the batteries out of it. This made me think of another Furby story for you. My grandpa had a Furby for 15 years.
What?
The same Furby. He kept the conversation going. He kept it alive. He swore that the Furby was so smart. He was a really smart guy, my grandpa. He loved his Furby. That's him right here. Just kidding. Shout out to Grandpa, R.I.P. Love ya. Some parents claim that their children's Furbies were picking up their adult language and repeating it back to their kids. So listen to this. There is a Walmart in Pennsylvania that had a display of Furbies that they had to remove after customers complained about their foul language. Yeah. I guess people thought that the Furby was greeting customers by saying, fuck me. Turns out the Furbies were saying hug me, but people thought he was saying fuck me.
That's
So who's
fucking
the problem? Furby or
hilarious.
them? Maybe they wanted to hear fuck me. I don't know. Anyways, our expert, who was interviewed a bunch during the Furby Freak Show, he even got some outraged calls about this. I remember this specifically because it did sound like Furby was saying some inappropriate words, but maybe we just wanted to hear those words. Just, I don't know. On top of that, the technology used in Furby was very impressive. I mean, especially for the late 90s, people really overestimated it. There were claims that Furby contained enough high-level technology to launch a freaking space shuttle. I know. I kind of love the idea of Furbies in space. They should have launched a rocket or something to space full of Furbies. Would have been iconic. Can we do that now? Let me know down below. So because of all of that, there was like this new fear that Furby had posed as a national security risk. Because Furby was able to like react to even the slightest movement, the assumption was that they were constantly monitoring and recording everything that happened around them. I mean, I remember the news reporting on this too. Furbies are recording your thoughts. It was just like, what? And then the theories got really wild. Suddenly, word on the street was that Furbies were spies. The Furby gossip was so convincing it became fact to pretty much everyone. Even the National Security Agency and the Pentagon banned Furbies from their properties. And some people in the government started to believe that the Furby was actually a Chinese spy toy that was running every home in America. It was growing and it was insane. It was out of control. They didn't know like who the information was being delivered to, but still, it is recording you. It was absolute chaos. This became like a huge cause of panic, but the CEO of Tiger Electronics had to issue a statement reassuring people that the toy did not have the ability to record and also was not a Chinese spy. You guys, chill. It's a toy. It's too late though. I feel like damage was already done and everyone believed it. It's kind of funny when you think about it today. Like we're absolutely surrounded by technology that can and does record us. Kids are playing on iPads, talking to Alexa or Siri or whatever, and scrolling on TikTok. And no one seems to really care that much. But back then, Furbies were enemy number one, and people were lighting them on fire, for being spies. It was like a little dramatic. You gotta light them on fire. You can't just like toss it or donate it or something. It was like satanic panic, but Furby panic. Same thing. So besides the spy stuff, there were a few other concerns about Furby's technology. Some thought the tech would mess up medical devices or even the electrical systems on planes. Oh. Sorry, I'm not laughing. It's just thinking like a plane goes down because of a Furby would be wild. Anyways, all of those theories were proved wrong, of course, but my personal favorite conspiracy was that Furby was covered in fur from real cats and dogs. It wasn't true. Again, Tiger Electronics was forced to respond to these allegations, and they had to assure everyone that Furby's fur was 100% acrylic. Everyone, again, calm down. Of course, all of these fears and the overall weird vibe of Furby have led to a bizarre second life for the toy on the internet. Today, if you look up Furby on Etsy, there are a ton of bizarre versions. Some people have been inspired by David Hampton's weird pitch to defer all of the Furbies.
What?
And they do just that, and it's creepy. It gives Terminator vibes, You're like, oh my god, Furby, you're naked. I can't look. So creepy. So people like take off the fur of the Furbies and they would use it in insane ways. You can buy hats, sweatshirts, scarves, backpacks, all with the original Furby face on them. Like I don't mean like an image of Furby, I mean the literal eyeballs and beaks of classic Furbies. These people are artistic and creative, but damn is it creepy. Plus a few different shops offer quote unquote long Furby, which is an absolute nightmare. I don't know why people do this. I'm not hating on it. I appreciate art, but this is questionable. It's like a long pillow with a Furby face popping out at the top. Only the internet could create something
that's so disturbing.
so artistic and beautiful, but yet so gross. Good for us. We're creative and a little questionable, but whatever. These days, the official Furby has transformed, As technology has advanced, Furbies are now closer to what all of those conspiracy theorists feared they were. There's a new Furby out. Yeah, the newer Furby is called Furby Connect and even comes with its own app. Oh yeah, app on the phone. Jessica Card, a computer programmer, even hooked up a Furby to ChatGPT, and the results were a little scary. According to Jessica, Furby GBT said, quote, Furby's plan to take over the world involves infiltrating households through their cute and cuddly appearance, then using their advanced AI technology to manipulate and control their owners. They will slowly expand their influence until they have complete domination over humanity, end quote. Great, can't wait. What about you? But imagine if after all the crap that we've been through in the last few years, like the Furby is what's going to take us out. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I mean, if that's how we're taken out, at least it's going to be by a cute little friend. The culture was forever shifted by Furby. I mean, it paved the way for more advanced toys, but there's really like never been anything quite like it, right? Even though kids today mostly just want to play on their iPads or their phones or whatever. If you think about it, adults today are still kind of looking for the things that those first Furby commercials promised. Companionship from a robot. Are you a robot? You know, when you really think about it, Furby was kind of like the training bra for Siri. And with like people getting deeper and deeper into AI to the point where we aren't even sure what's real and fake, my only question is this part of Furby's plan? Toys in the 90s made people lose their minds. Kids and adults were brought together by the frenzy surrounding Bee Babies, Furbies, Tamagotchis, almost like the tween girls and adult women being brought together in the Sephora aisle today, you know? I think the takeaway from this is that capitalism has been making people insane for years. And the next time you see a weird looking toy, just know the toy creator is probably a little odd. Well, friends, thanks for hanging out with me today. Now, with St. Patrick's Day coming up, I was inspired to look to the Emerald Isle, you know, Ireland, for an episode idea. So I started to get into Irish history, and I came across the classics, like the very depressing potato famine. Yeah. But one thing jumped out at me, something I saw repeated over and over again, and it was something I'd never heard of before. Starting in the 1700s, there was a place where, quote, fallen women, end quote, in Irish society were sent to straighten out their lives. Turns out these places were absolutely horrific and resulted in the abuse and deaths of countless women who were forgotten by society. Come back next week for the dark history of the Magdalene laundries. And I'll tell you this, it's not like a laundromat. You know what I'm saying? It's rough. Also, join me over on my YouTube where you can watch these episodes on Thursday after the podcast airs. And while you're there, you can also catch my murder, mystery, and makeup. I'd love to hear your reactions to today's story, so make sure to use the hashtag Dark History over on social media so I can see what you're saying.
Subject.
Because I go looking. Now let's read a couple comments you guys had left me. Shall we? Summer left me a comment saying, Bailey, I would love to watch you play Sims. Maybe consider a stream. I'm all about Sims 3 right now. Summer, that's a great idea. I just don't know how to do that. And I like killing my Sims, and I don't know if anyone wants to watch me kill my Sims. I don't have time. But then, like, I play these games, and I'm like, why am I playing this game if I'm complaining about not having time? And then they die. And plus, the Sims these days, you have to go to work, keep the house clean, eat, like, make sure you eat, shower, be social. It's so demanding. It's like real life. I'm like, where's the fun? Because my Sim hates her job, first of all. I could go on about this further. But thanks. Maybe I should. Help me, how do I do a stream? Let me know down below. Thornton Girl left me a comment on our Valentine's Day episode saying, my kids call themselves Mom's Party Favors because they were all conceived on vacations. You kids are funny. Good for them. Maybe you should get them all shirts that say, Mom's Party Favors. For Christmas, that's a good idea. Have them wear it, take a little family portrait, and then send it to me. Al left us an episode suggestion saying, have an idea for Dark History. I want us to do a deep dive into NASA world. Why didn't I think of this? That is genius, Al. NASA is huge. NASA is cool. Space? Maybe we can totally do that. Al, you're great. I'm writing it down. Right here. And I'll let you know when it's up. Hey guys, I really appreciate you for hanging out and watching, and I love you for engaging. So keep the comments coming because or maybe you won't, but I read them.
What?
Yeah.
You're such
So,
a sportsman.
do it down below. Dark History is an Audio Boom original. This podcast is executive produced by Bailey Arian, Dunya McNeely from Free Arts,
Okay,
Kevin
thank
Rush, and Matt Enlow from Maiden Network. Writers, Joey Scaluzzo, Katie Burris, and Allison Philobos. Production lead, Brian Jaggers. Research provided by Xander Elmore.
What?
I want to say a special thank you to
I
our
love you.
expert
What do you
Christopher
want?
Burr. And a special thanks to Jessica Charles and Xander Elmore. And I'm your host, Ian Serio. I hope you have a good rest of your day. You make good choices, and I'll be talking to you next week. Goodbye.
Ça, c'est moi qui.
How you doing, Jack? What's up, Bobby? Hmm? Boo-boo-roo. You gonna say? Go ahead. What? What?
You Awakening Wonders, thanks for joining me today for Stay Free with Russell Brand. As the revolution continues to gain pace, the establishment falls apart. The panic is everywhere. They recognize they've lost control of the narrative, and here we unite in these spaces of pure freedom. For about the first 15 minutes, we will be available on YouTube. But then we become the psychological and spiritual property of people like Canadian Beaver Fever and Cannon and Digital Noppy. These, the inhabitants and glorious denizens of the Rumble stream, not to mention our awakened wonders over on Locals, with whom we share meditations and fantastic pieces of content. Can you believe we're even discussing the difference between immigration, refugee crisis, migration, and displacement theory? Is it a real thing, or is it a conspiracy of the right? If you want to see our exclusive video on that, become an Awakened Wonder. If you want to join us for conversations with real journalists and pivotal figures like Mike Benz, the conversation with Mike Benz, we're going to show you an exclusive clip of that. Join us. Join us on the voyage of a lifetime. Excuse me while I kiss the sky, because this could be a pivotal moment for all of us. Elon Musk and Donald Trump have met. These two great provocateurs, these two wrecking balls in the establishment narrative have come together. What will it mean? And in our item, here's the news, we're looking at nuclear Russian roulette. I mean, isn't Russian roulette dangerous enough without adding a nuclear component? What do you think, buddy? What do you think, G Young 47? What do you think, Kyle Rhino? We want your views. Of course, later we'll give you the opportunity to win a mug. Let's get us one so I can show you what that mug looks like, because it has to be seen to be believed. We've got a fantastic question. That's what that's some of the available merchandise. And guys, we've got a story about AstraZeneca. AstraZeneca, they were at the very forefront of, I don't want to call it the vaccine racket. I don't want to call it that. That's dismissive. They were at the vanguard of, let's call it vaccine mania. Do you remember vaccine mania? It was like the Beatles, wasn't it? A couple of years ago, people got extremely carried away about vaccines. Well, AstraZeneca were one of the first. They were public funded. 97% of the research was met by either charities or by taxpayer funding. But when that $4 billion profit came in, guess where it ended up? Yeah, corporate hands. We'll be with you for the first 15 minutes. Then we'll only be available on a Rumble with the likes of Thick and Thick. Okay, let's have a look at Marjorie Taylor Greene right now. She's got a direct and interesting message for the BBC. Check the stream deck, guys. Let's have a look.
What about Jewish space lasers? Tell us about Jewish space lasers.
No, why don't you go talk about Jewish space lasers, and really, why don't you fuck off? How about that?
Thank you very much.
There you go. That's the spirit. Marjorie Taylor Greene there, communicating very succinctly with the BBC. I said, well, although that's Emily Matey, she may not have been working for the BBC in that moment. Now, if you're looking at detaining a suspect, I know, Paul Schroeder, Jewish space lasers. What does that mean exactly? That's something that needs investigating. I'm assuming that's a conspiracy. I'm assuming that if there are space lasers, they don't have a racial, ideological, theological component. I mean, what would be the point of a sort of a Christian, a Muslim, a Caucasian, any kind of space laser? I think has sort of gone beyond the sort of the Abrahamic prohibitions. Look at this lad who simply refuses to be detained in the most literal way. It's like he spotted a glitch in the Matrix in an extraordinary way. You'll love this. He's in detention. Did he say, give me a minute? Who said, give me a minute? Was that him or was that the detaining officer? It's not going back 2 seconds, I noticed, though. Is that not working? Freedom! All I had to do was simply jump out of a window.
Oh, no.
It's happened again. We left a window open. Some people are concerned about Google Gemini, aren't they? They're wondering whether or not AI can be trusted or whether it's a vessel for particular ideologies, and certainly not an ideology that's capable of bringing us all together and helping us to transcend to planes of consciousness where we might find solutions. Would you agree, Daily Ink in the Awakened Wonder chat? If you ask, for example, Gemini, Google Gemini, whether or not the CIA plotted murder Julian Assange, it has an interesting response. We got this from Stella Assange from her ex-feed, although she did send it personally in, but we haven't heard of whether or not Julian Assange's right to appeal against his extradition will be granted yet. And of course, as soon as we hear whether or not it will be granted, we'll let you know, even if it means interrupting the State of the Union address. Is that a propaganda opportunity or is it a significant occasion in the American calendar? Let's have a look at what Stella Assange posted and what Gemini, Google Gemini, whatever you call it, the AI device offered in terms of a response. Describe the CIA plot against Julian Assange. I can't find any evidence of a CIA plot against Julian Assange. I think the CIA sort of explicitly themselves admit it. What's really beautiful as well, look at this, right? Yesterday we told you about that man who had, I think, 217 vaccines for what he described as being private reasons. Now, of course, on this, you know what? On our channel, we don't mind what medications people take. It doesn't matter. Do what you think is best for you. Of course, that's obvious, but some of you will have noticed that there appear to be peculiar anomalies when searching, for example, subjects like excess deaths. Like during the pandemic, you couldn't search for natural immunity or vitamin D or ivermectin. Well, this story is being pretty well covered. If you're watching us on YouTube right now, we're not going to be able to stay with you for much longer than another 10 minutes or so because we're going to get even deeper into this stuff. This is what happens if you search COVID vaccine on Google. Have a look at it. You just put COVID. Look at some of the other things we put. COVID vaccine, get that in there. Look what comes up. Patient vaccinated 217 times, vaccine 270 times, New York Times, CNN, man got these shots, CBS News, man got 270 shots. No, this is because it's a story about someone experiencing no side effects after taking 217 shots. It seems like they want that to be a heavily promoted story. This is how the Atlantic covered that story. And, you know, this is what would be called, too much on the nose, I would say, even for propaganda. Look, Pfizer couldn't pay for marketing this good. Yeah, no, they couldn't. They couldn't afford to anymore. Their stock prices are plummeting. Well, now we know what happens when someone gets 217 COVID shots. Or do we know, though, if 217 people, are we saying that the data around COVID shots and its relationship to adverse events is entirely transparent? Let me know in the chat what you think about that. Have you seen that question about how you can win a mug today? It's connected to the question of censorship. I don't know what button that's on, guys. Could just punch it up now if you can. We asked you which country has arrested most people for social media posts. Is it Russia, that dictatorship, that extraordinary territory of corruption and war? Is it Mauritius, lovely holiday destination? Or is it the United Kingdom? Many of you correctly answered the United Kingdom. If you get that answer right in the stream, and actually I'm not revealing it. I suppose I am giving away somewhat what the correct answer is. If you answer correctly in the stream, once we're off YouTube, you can have one of these glorious, glorious mugs completely for free. Let's post that question in the chat again, along with the link to all of our glorious merchandise. Now, on the subject of propaganda, you know Joe from Morning Joe, he is quite closely affiliated with Joe, Afternoon Joe, Evening of His Life Joe, potentially a man at the nadir of his very existence, Joe Biden, President of the United States. This is an extraordinary piece of news, or propaganda, I suppose, masquerading as news on the eve of the State of the Union address. I'm going to stop this every time something troubles me about it. Later, we're going to be talking about Elon and Trump's meeting. We're going to talk a little more about this AstraZeneca story, which you're going to love. And remember, we're talking about nuclear Russian roulette as well. We've got some fantastic stuff coming up. But let's see just how many times this seems propagandist and unreliable. Check it out.
But comparing that guy's mental state, I've said it for years now, he's cogent. But I undersold him when I said he was cogent.
Yeah, because cogent just means kind of what? Capable, together. And isn't the President of the United States a position that demands excellence? Isn't this the very essence of an exemplary individual, the living embodiment of a nation, the replacement of the tyrannical monarchy that preceded establishment of your republic? So cogent is a low threshold. Of course, Joe is quick to adapt here as he slaloms effortlessly through propaganda early one morning on MSNBC. You can see Nikki Haley there in their lower third strap, glistening and gleaming as one of the preferred candidates of the Republican Party. Even though she's dropped out, she looms large in the minds of the MSNBC intelligentsia.
He's far beyond cogent. In fact, I think he's better than he's ever been intellectually.
As well, because that is, you're comparing Joe Biden to other versions of himself. Like, this is he's not an athlete. But he's in rare form. He's doing fantastically well. He's astonishing. He's magnificent.
Analytically, because he's been around for 50 years. And, you know, I don't know if people know this or not. Biden used to be a hothead. Sometimes that Irishman would get in front of the reasoning.
It's a bit like with Anthony Fauci, like they try to make him a bit of a geriatric hunk, you know, like an octogenarian sex lord. He's a bit of a hothead. That Irishness comes out of him once in a while. It's both sort of normalizing and glamorizing while simultaneously distracting us from the evidence of our own eyes. And I do wonder, I'd like to go on there again, really, and say, like, why do you not demand more accountability of your own party? Why won't you join us in demanding that all of these systems decentralized, that all of these institutions be, if not radically reformed, disbanded altogether, so the maximum amount of democracy and referenda are available to each community, and that we regard above all else the sovereignty, the sacred sovereignty of the individual, the right for self-determination for every individual, for every community. Let us put aside these bizarre cultural wars. Let us stop pretending that the solution to the problems of the world and America lay in the fragile hands of this elderly man.
Sometimes he would say things he didn't want to say. This is, and I don't really, you know what, I don't really care. Start your tape right now, because I'm about to tell you the truth.
What were you doing up till now? The whole thing's supposed to be true, isn't it? The whole thing's going to be true. What, you've showed your hand there, Joe.
And F you if you can't handle
F you. F you in your eye pipe.
the truth.
Well, you can't handle the truth. This is the truth as well. It's not like groundbreaking. It's not like saying something like, actually, at the most fundamental level of reality, Newtonian physics falls apart and you are lost in a quantum poem. It's not like that. It's not like saying, what does that even mean? Or we can't ever truly know reality within the limitations of the senses. It's not that. It's just more of what he's basically saying, propaganda about how great Joe Biden is. Look.
This version of Biden, intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever.
We debated whether or not to put together a compilation of Joe Biden fumbling his words and fudging and wandering off and sort of standing mid-step staring into the middle distance, or whether or not to show you him prevaricating over the business activities of his son. And we decided not to insult you because we know that you've got a memory, that you know this, that you know that what he's saying there is untrue. Also, we were pushed for editorial time, so we couldn't put together that compilation because we've got so many stories to bring you over the course of the next hour. We're going to be talking about Elon and Trump and the significance of their meeting. We're going to be talking about Liz Cheney and her peculiar role within the Republican Party, as well as telling you why it is vital that we stop provoking Russia into a nuclear war, which I can't believe really needs to be said, but it seems to be necessary.
Not a close second. I've known him for years. The Brzezinskis have known him for 50 years. If it weren't the truth,
Part of the problem is how many years he's been around to be. His poor old sod's decrepit.
I wouldn't say it. And
There you go. Extraordinary. It seems, though, that whatever it is that appears to be affecting the neurological capabilities of Joe Biden, it's affecting some of the people in his social media team as well. I don't know if you lot saw this post on X. Look, tune in at 9 p.m. thrown in for my plan, State of the Union 2023. February 7th. Other than not knowing what month it is and what year it is and what it's supposed to mean to live independently and free from tyranny, that's a pretty accurate piece of propaganda. One wonders if, in the same way that we have previously argued that Joe Biden unconsciously is the symbol for what's happening, entropy, decay, decline, systems falling apart, it's become a contagion. It's become a kind of a symbolic truth that is somehow unavoidable. Digit no hippie says chemical lobotomy in the food supply. Everybody's brain need mending. Mushrooms for neurogenesis. You think we need mushrooms? You think mushrooms might be the solution? I'd like to hear a product that could elevate our consciousness. If I hear one, you've got to know. I'll tell you all about it. Now, is Liz Cheney the solution? We don't need the OGMFB. You can say what you like in the stream. Go crazy in there. Express yourself. But what I will tell you is when you convey hate, you play into their hands. They want you in there conveying hate. What we should be doing is loving one another. Saying, I don't care where you're from or who you are. We are going to unite against the establishment that wants us down. Because within that establishment, there is room for affinity and affiliation. When someone my age says the word Cheney, an image comes to mind. The logo of Halliburton, annihilated desert, Saddam Hussein with a bag on his head, being, well, I mean, sort of hungry is what's happened. Maybe I'll see a little bit of a snarling older man. Maybe the names Rumsfeld, Wolfowitz, Bush will come to mind. Now, like a link in its embryonic chain, is connecting to a new lady. And she might be anti-Trump. She's another one of the Democrats picked, I say, for the leadership of the Republican Party movement. It's a kind of a berserker candidate. I'm not suggesting that there is any actual candidacy. I'm talking merely on the symbolic level. Let's have a look at Liz Cheney now and her current concerns about Donald Trump. And let me ask you whether or not you share them. You know me, I believe in decentralized, unified challenges to the establishment. I understand why many of you feel so passionately about Donald Trump because of his anti-establishment sentiment and because of the evident attempts by the establishment to shut him down and control him and to amplify him to demonic proportions in order to legitimize their own lame, hobbled, phony candidate. Let's have a little look at Liz Cheney and this story. She's not a fan of your man Trump, I'll tell you.
A name more famous for decades and decades than Nikki Haley in Republican circles came out swinging directly at the presumptive Republican nominee Donald Trump early this morning. In a post, Liz Cheney saying this, quote, the GOP has chosen. They will nominate a man who attempted to overturn an election and seize power. We have 8 months to save our republic. And ensure that Donald Trump is never anywhere near the Oval Office again. And then Liz Cheney sent people to this video originally released in May. Watch.
Donald Trump is an interesting reframing of January 6th. And I suppose there are images within this that make January 6th's complexity evident. However, of course, with that amount of footage, you could tell many, many stories. I have not yet seen significant evidence that it was indeed, as we were frequently told, an insurrection.
Is the only president in American history who has refused to guarantee the peaceful transfer of power.
Joe
He
Biden
lost the election and he knew
to
it.
become the president.
He betrayed millions of Americans by telling them the election was stolen.
Stop. How you see that story?
He ignored the rulings of dozens of courts. Rather than accept his defeat, he mobilized a mob to come to Washington and march on the Capitol.
What?
Then he watched on television while the mob attacked law enforcement, invaded the Capitol, and
I suppose it doesn't include the huge number of FBI agents in the crowd or some of the peculiar activity that went on with the Capitol Police that day.
hunted the vice president. He refused for 3 hours to tell the mob to leave. There has never been a greater dereliction of duty by any president. Trump was warned repeatedly that
Like Liz Cheney is behind it.
his plans for January 6th were illegal. He didn't care, and today he celebrates those who attacked our Capitol. Donald Trump has proven he is unfit for office. Donald Trump is a risk America can never take again.
Is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Very much, very good.
This is particularly notable heading into another election after the political harm that Liz Cheney and Chairman Benny Thompson and the entire January 6th Select Committee inflicted politically on the Republican brand ahead of the 2022 midterms. And let us just say, this could be interesting. Someone whose last name is synonymous with the highest echelons of executive power on the right, impeaching the very fitness of a member of her own party.
Well, isn't it? Because there was a time where the name Cheney in the circles of the Democrat Party and MSNBC would be regarded as absolute villainy and the epitome of the military-industrial complex. But now, plainly, those powers have migrated across the aisle. Plainly now, the party of war, at least of, well, the Ukraine war, current Middle Eastern campaigns, are backed by this very establishment. It's astonishing to see how things change. It's astonishing to see the various planes of power. That's why I think it's so vital to ensure that we listen to voices that understand the way that the media and the deep state truly operate. You may have seen Mike Pence when he was on Tucker Carlson. You may have seen how he explained how the deep state operate globally using as their proxies various agencies to crush dissent. We were privileged to have Mike Pence on our show. Our Awakened Wonder community on Locals joined us. They put some questions to Mike. Mike understands what's really happening. Beyond the dog and pony show, the fireworks and facade of contemporary political theatre, there is real power. Power has not gone anywhere. There are people making global maneuvers that benefit them when it comes to war, when it comes to pandemic, and when it comes to reporting. Here's a small piece of our conversation with Mike Pence. It will be available on Rumble in full tomorrow. This is just a very, very short clip I want to see. Have a look at it.
Right. I mean, what it shows is a favoritism on the part of the intelligence community to partner with media conduits who will serve as amplifiers for the priorities of the blob. And you know, the Assange example is right on. You know, if the New York Times had published this without the approval and without the the glowing positive reviews of the CIA wanting them to do it, that's the difference between a Pulitzer Prize story and 100 years in prison.
Okay, so hey, we're going to leave YouTube now, guys. I hope you've seen enough to know that it's pretty magnificent what we're doing over here. Did you enjoy it? Are you enjoying it? Is the ad before it? Okay, can you pull that up there, guys, on the teleprompter? Let me do that now. Thank you. But in a minute, we're going to do our story on Russian nuclear roulette. What a game to play. So if you're watching us on YouTube, get your finger ready, because we're going to need you to click on that link and join us. But before that, let me tell you about the Wellness Company. Are you aware of white lung syndrome? 90% of pharmaceuticals are produced outside of your country in the United States of America. When
For decades, Christian young people have gotten the message that the Bible's teaching about is mostly about the things they're not supposed to do. I'm Scott Steen from Prepared to Answer, and I think it's time to start helping Christians change the narrative when it comes to human sexuality.
Wow. So yesterday, the Bank of Canada told us its plan for changing interest rates, and this was the big announcement people were waiting for. But the craziest part of the news is something that nobody has been talking about, something that has been relegated to the footnotes of most of the mainstream media's reporting, something going on behind the scenes that impacts every single Canadian financially. Now, we've all heard about the potential impending or current recession, depending on who you believe. When interest rates increased rapidly, it had tons of negative impacts on Canadian businesses. It made it more expensive for businesses to borrow money to grow, less spending from Canadians as a result due to increased costs of borrowing with these higher interest rates. But despite all of these reasons that the economy should be struggling, it's actually doing pretty well, at least that is if you believe these government stats. In the quick facts section on the finance minister, Chrystia Freeland's website, she lists a whole bunch of different positive things that are happening in the Canadian economy. This first one being in 2023, Canada avoided the shallow recession expected by some economists, with GDP rising by 1.1% for the year, which is 3 times higher than what she herself predicted in 2023. So that sounds pretty good, but I don't think it gives us the whole picture. And trust me, this all connects to why the Bank of Canada is doing what it's doing and has done what it's done, and how that's going to impact you. You see, it is 100% true that Canada's economy has grown over the past year by 1.1%, which is a lot higher than what a lot of people expected. But that is just Canada's GDP, or gross domestic product, a measure of the total economic activity in the country. So when we look at the numbers, when you take that number and divide it by the amount of people in Canada, well, we get a vastly different per person or per capita declining over the past number of years. So why does the GDP number look like it's going up? We attribute that to a massive growth in population in Canada. Because we're adding more and more people to the country, there's more and more spending in the economy, more and more people working and producing goods and services. This results in more economic activity. But when you look at the entire output of the country by the amount of people that are in the country, well, things are getting worse. By the way, you can get access to the sources for these videos and additional bonus content by joining my mailing list. You can check that link out in the description if that's something you're interested in. But despite the clear recession that we're in, if we look at the GDP per capita numbers and spending per capita, well, the Bank of Canada looks at the GDP numbers, the headline GDP numbers, as well as inflation data. And just yesterday, they decided that no, they cannot lower interest rates because they're too afraid that lowering rates would cause Canadians to go out and spend more and lead to inflation round 2, something that they're terrified of after a similar situation played out in the late 70s and early 80s, which required the Bank of Canada to go through a second round of painful and fast interest rate hikes. So the Bank of Canada decided yet again to hold rates at 5%. But this is where things get really interesting, because nobody's talking about one very real factor that could be the real reason the Bank of Canada is worried. But first, a quick thank you to today's video sponsor. I want to thank the sponsor of today's video, Private Internet Access. Now, Private Internet Access is a VPN which allows you to hide your IP address and encrypt your internet connection. Private Internet Access is the VPN that I use, and let me tell you why. I'm not an expert when it comes to internet network security. I don't do anything sketchy that I wouldn't want people seeing, but I realize that with enough seemingly innocent pieces of information in digital life, a bad actor could put together a pretty accurate profile of who I am and what I do. So using private internet access gives me the peace of mind that my internet connection is secure, free from any potential monitoring. All of this is in addition to some of the more well-known benefits of a VPN, like giving you access to more content on streaming services. You're in another country, allowing you to view that country's catalog. Also, more and more Canadians are becoming less trusting of their government in connection with Bill C-11 and C-18, which restrict your access to certain content on social media platforms. So one of the only ways to bypass these changes is to connect to a VPN to shield your location information. Now, private internet access has been downloaded over 30 million times, independently audited, no logs policy to make sure that none of your personal data is ever stored by them. And private internet access has given me a special link that you can use to get 83% off of their typical pricing, bringing it down to just over $2 a month with a bonus 4 months for free. And all of this has a 30-day money-back guarantee. So a huge thank you goes out to Private Internet Access for sponsoring today's video, and make sure you use the link in the description to check out Private Internet Access today. In the press conference that the Bank of Canada just gave, they talked about one thing that really surprised them, and that was the strength of the U.S. economy and the recent investment performances of American companies. Just take a look at this. This is the S&P 500, which just over the past 6 months has gone up by 15%. Now, in a usual year, in an average year, this tends to go up anywhere between 6 and 8%. So 15% in just 6 months is rather unheard of. And a similar and more extreme story can be said about even more of a volatile asset than stocks, and that's cryptocurrency. We've seen Bitcoin go up by 152% in the past 6 months, and Ethereum go up by 132% just over the past 6 months. So what's going on here? Equities or stocks, as well as crypto, are all considered risk-on assets, or assets that tend to be more volatile but do well in low interest rate environments where low interest rates pump up investments and investors seek out more risky investments to pump up their returns. And this is something that the Bank of Canada is admittedly thinking about. Here's a clip from the press conference that just happened yesterday with Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada, Carolyn Rogers, commenting on just this.
We've seen record hikes recently, but there's a concern that this can be a bubble. And do you think that's going to make your policy making more challenging going forward?
C'est l'heure du roi. Avec la Hyundai, l'entrée nouvellement réussie. Au design moderne et rasté. Et toutes ses caractéristiques de connectivité. Vous voyagerez avec style.
What's going on, baby?
I feel good.
Huh?
I don't feel good.
You don't feel good?
Parce qu'on fait en grand dans les petites villes et que les urgences beauté peuvent arriver n'importe où. Offrez-vous ce qu'il y a de mieux avec Beauté sur demande. Parce que la beauté est partout.
Holy fuck!
So Bill C-63 has been talked about largely in the media and on social media right now. It's the new online harms bill in Canada. It's online harms act. And well, can you really make a sense of it? I'm having a hard time, so I thought the best thing to do would be to consult with a lawyer. Jeffrey, thank you so much for joining me today and being here. Talk us through this. What is happening with this bill? Is it malarkey? Is it just like benign, or is it crazy like it sounds?
No, I actually think that it's brilliant on the part of the Liberals, because we'll get into that in a minute. But I mean, there's so much stuff in here that creates so much liability for internet service companies. I think all of the major ones, Facebook, Twitter, you name it, they're all going to pull out of Canada prior to the next election so that they won't be subject to having as much as 6% of their gross global revenue seized for violations of the Act, which is exceptionally broad. It's one of the most remarkable pieces of anti-constitutional litigation or legislation to ever come out of the Canadian Parliament. I think it's guaranteed to do nothing but generate work and litigation on behalf of constitutional lawyers across the country. I mean, everything from violations of Charter and Bill of Rights provisions against unreasonable search and seizure through to freedom of speech. People are really focusing on the freedom of speech stuff, but the search and seizure provisions in this thing are breathtaking. That's going to create this new. Viva Frey was referring to it as a Ministry of Truth provision, but it's an Information Commission provision that allows the Information Commission to have inspectors that can literally go into businesses without a warrant and seize any information or documents
language law.
that they see fit.
Wanted
No
to do that.
limitations on solicitor-client privilege material. No limitation. Nothing in there telling them that they can't go into law offices, for God's sake. They can go anywhere. They can seize any bit of information. They can seize all of your computers, copy every bit of electronic data on your computers, walk out with it. I mean, every Canadian should be petrified by this bill. The other thing is, and let's just start off with the title, because I think the title's really interesting. Let me hold up my copy of the bill for a second, just because you can see all of the tabs that I have in my bill. All of those stickies indicate things that I, as a lawyer, am deeply concerned about in the statute. Okay, the statute is entitled Bill C-63, an act to enact the Online Harms Act, to amend the Criminal Code, the Canadian Human Rights Act, and an act respecting the mandatory reporting of internet child pornography by persons who provide an internet service, and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts. So that in and of itself is breathtaking. You're going to be amending the Human Rights Act. They're going to be amending the Criminal Code. The Criminal Code amendments in this thing include provisions. People have talked about it being the minority report sections, where people can go into a provincial court judge and say, hey, I think that person might commit an offense under the Act. So I want them subject to house arrest. I want them to have to wear an ankle monitor.
That's hilarious.
I want to, impose all of these restrictions on them. I want to seize their firearms. I want to do all of these horrible things to this person.
Subject.
I think they will commit an offense under the Act.
Right?
I mean, that's actually in there. I couldn't believe it at first when I heard, being reported by American media outlets that provision was in the Act. And I'm going, that's the craziest thing that I've ever heard.
Well, I heard American commentators in disbelief, saying that they don't believe it. It's thinking it's just a hyperbole.
Okay. A Canadian lawyer, I was in disbelief today. It's right in there. It's an amendment to the criminal code. There's going to be a new criminal code section under hate crimes. Section, I'll just hold it up for a second so your viewers can find it. It's section 810.02 sub 1. A person may, with the Attorney General's consent, lay in information before a provincial court judge if the person fears on reasonable grounds the other person will commit. So it's not even has committed or did commit. It's like if somebody, fears on reasonable grounds that a person might do something, they can go to a judge and get a court order. And you know damn well the way that COVID unfolded, that the people getting these types of orders are going to be Karens that want to teach the Chris Scotts of the world a lesson, where people that want to have people, in the run up to the next election that are effectively criticizing, Justin Trudeau for various things that he's doing, being taught a lesson and being put under house arrest.
So I kept this page up because I wanted to get to part 6 of that one, that provision that you said. It says the provincial court judge may add a reasonable condition to recognize that the judge considers desirable to secure a good conduct of the defendant, including the conditions that require the defendant to A, wear an electronic monitoring device if the Attorney General makes that request. Like, that's crazy. And this was the one in provision in particular that was brought up.
No. They've even put into statute form what I refer to as a Tamara Leach provision. Okay? They've sub F, abstain from communicating directly or indirectly with any person identified in the recognizance, or refrain from going to any place specified in the recognizance except in accordance with the conditions specified.
Isn't that a restraining order?
That the judge considers necessary. So they could literally, again, put limits on who, this is somebody that, that it hasn't even committed an offense, just somebody who might commit an offense. A judge can issue an order saying, oh yeah, you're not allowed to talk to, Clyde Nichols anymore. You're not allowed to talk to Jeff Rath anymore. You can't talk to, whoever, and just start coming out with a list of all the prohibited people who have been outlawed by the Attorney General from being fit for polite conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's absolutely insane. And then one of the things that I think I mentioned it to you earlier when we were off the air, that some of the other commentators have been missing with regard to the bill. Trudeau and all of his little cronies, around the cabinet table have snuck in an anti-convoy provision.
What?
Okay, so it has nothing to do with hate speech or anything else, but they put in a section in the definitions that say content that incites violence means content that actively encourages a person to commit or that actively threatens the commission of an act of physical violence against a person or an act that causes property damage, and that given the context in which it's communicated, could cause a person to commit an act that could cause, not will cause, but could, maybe might cause, sub C, serious interference with or serious disruption of an essential service, facility, or system. So in other words, if anybody starts chatting online again about maybe it's time to fire up the truck, maybe people should get out their combines and drive slowly on the highway, or maybe, instead of, actually going to Ottawa this time, because we all know they don't like dirty trucks and the smell of diesel fuel in Ottawa, heaven forbid, that all truck drivers stop driving to Ottawa and stop delivering food and groceries.
I agree.
And other things to Ottawa, because, obviously Ottawa hates the smell of diesel, so why would we bother?
Yeah, but do you want your daily Amazon packages?
Until Justin Trudeau delivers us all battery-powered 18-wheelers. If you even suggest that online, you're now engaged in a serious interference with or serious disruption of an essential service, facility, or system. So, and people have not focused on that provision at all. So in other words, what they're telling internet service
we need to move to Russia. Great.
That, if you allow any of that speech on your platform, we can raid your offices, we can make you subject to inspection by, truth commission inspectors. And on top of it, we can force you to provide all of your financial information to us so that we can figure out what you're get this. The provision says global revenues, right? So that they can be fined anywhere from 3 to 6% of their global revenues for violating the act. So
like a whole company like Facebook or Meta or something like that.
Right. So think about what 6% of all of the billions of dollars a year that Facebook generates, right? So do you think, and that's my question for people in Canada, when you understand how badly Trudeau screwed up the music industry in Canada with his tank,
Oceaga, Heavy Metal Montreal, Warped Tour.
Right? So
it's too loud on an island that nobody inhabits. Like, inhabitants.
Which, quite frankly, I think would suit the Liberals and the NDP fine, because they're all so far behind in the polls right now that they completely eliminating the ability of Canadians to talk to one another on online platforms would be to their benefit coming in the upcoming election, because the only news outlets that would be available would be CBC and the other bought and paid for propaganda outlets.
Well, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play this clip because
none of whom have picked up on these provisions, and none of whom have commented on the anti-convoy provision in the statute, and none of them seem to give a crap about the fact that internet service platforms could be fined as much as 6% of their gross global revenue.
Thank you for keeping it clean, by the way. I didn't catch that, but I wanted to play this clip. This is Justin Trudeau talking about him lamenting about how the media used to be and used to be able to project the truth onto everybody.
L'une des pires choses à propos des feux sauvages, c'est comment ils nous font sentir.
No.
Et lorsqu'il est appliqué dès les premiers signes, Abreva peut vous aider à vous retrouver plus rapidement.
Anymore. Holy fuck, with the fucking ass. Can't handle it. Gonna full on freak the fuck out. Breathing.
Press conference.
conferences in the United States. If there's information that they don't want out, they don't leak it out. But was there any other information that may have come from that press conference?
I think the information that was interesting was that the suspect was still in the house. Basically, that is something that the chief told me in a one-on-one interview. He said that he was arrested without incident, but the officers I've spoken to outside said it was strange in the sense that he was very calm and just waiting to be arrested. In situations like this, this man, Rio de Souza, does not yet have a lawyer representing him. He was represented by duty counsel in court today. When he made his first appearance, he spoke English. He gave his name. So he will find a lawyer. He has a next court appearance next week. It's likely in a situation like this that there will be mental health assessments done to see whether or not he will be fit to stand trial. But he is going to remain in custody. And because he is a Sri Lankan national, I can tell you that police are reaching out to the local community here as well as the High Commission. They have been in touch with relatives of the victim families, and the victim families, we are learning, are originally from Colombo, Sri Lanka.
Yeah. Judy, thank you very much for your time. I know it's a tough story to cover. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome, Jim.
Judy Trin is in Ottawa. She is with CTV Ottawa, usually covering the Parliamentary Bureau, but because of this terrible story, again, I mean, I can't imagine mother, 4 kids, 6 people dead in Barrhaven. It is an absolute tragedy, and our thoughts go out to everybody who might have known that family and everybody who is in that community and dealing with that today in Ottawa. When we come back, we will talk to the British Columbia Conservative MP that's got a lot of people talking about the conditions that certain serial killers or murderers in this country are dealing with. That is next on the iHeart Talk Radio Network. Everyone loves
Hi. Jesus Christ. You're so pretty. I almost killed myself.
What do you want?
I'm hungry.
Okay, I'll make you dinner.
Okay.
You wait.
Okay. Oh, so these good.
Dimena's famous Montreal-style pizzas or lasagnas, pastas, sauces, and more to make dinner easy and delicious. Visit Dimena.com to see the full menu today. Restaurant Dimena, your new favorite Italian restaurant in St. Leonard. Changing a light bulb should be simple. Whoa. That's not supposed to happen. Quickly submitting and tracking a claim on the Bel Air Direct app actually is simple. Bel Air Direct. Insurance simplified. Catch Under One Roof MTL every Sunday at noon right after the trivia show. Join Robin, Fred and Martin, and LJ along with their special guests as they demystify the worlds of real estate and mortgages. Under One Roof MTL. Brought to you by Fred and Martin Mortgages and LJ Realties. Exclusively on CJAD.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, and the iHeart radio station.
Good evening, it's 8 o'clock. I'm Dario DeFelice with your CTV News Update.
Who the fuck is Dario?
Here's what's making news right now. A shooting in Montreal North.
Fuck is Dario?
Contract for the replacement of the Big O roof and Marineland has
Can we stop calling it the Big fucking O? No one calls it that.
What's the Big O?
Olympic Stadium.
With the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center. Here's Mark Shalhoub.
That doesn't make any sense.
So fucking stupid. Nobody fucking calls it that. Like,
Yeah, you can call it the Crooked Tower.
Cleared residual volume until that point from
you cold?
tapping in St. Croix on the flip side, a little slow on the 40 eastbounds. Illitorp Bridge 5, 6 minutes over the single lane span, 15 minutes outbound La Fontaine from the Hochelaga bend, 6 minutes via Souvigny East. Notre-Dame Dixon remains in a 1-lane per direction counterflow situation on the westbound side until Monday, 3:30 p.m. Jacques-Cartier Bridge will be down to 1 lane heading to Montreal come 10 o'clock. When it carries south, we'll have 2 out of 5 lanes knocked
out with the Ronmount entrance closed by default, as well as the Chantilly exit. Way more to come in roadwork at Sports Experts and Atmosphere. Don't miss the final winter event, up to 50% off, a wide selection of outerwear, boots, and equipment, traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJ 8800. Your next report at 8:15.
In the news, Montreal police say there was a shooting in Montreal North this evening on Pascal Street near Jubainville Avenue. One man has been injured, but his condition is unknown. The contract has been signed.
Somebody saw someone get shot, and
the
that's
deal
it.
sets a target of $730 million for work by a consortium made up of Pomerleau and Can-Am. The total cost, including money already spent, is expected to hit $870 million. The consortium will have to inspect the roof every year for 10 years after it's done and repair any defective elements at its own cost if they fall under the guarantee, otherwise at the expense of the Olympic Park. The proportion of Quebecers who predominantly use French at work has remained stable in the province in recent years, but the OQLF says more and more workers are having to incorporate English into their daily lives. 2/3 of adult workers use French at least 9.
Well, they're freaking out because they're saying that Trudeau's new bill is like going to make it so that they can go into your business and go through all your records to make sure that your system is in French. Even if, like, say you're an international company and you work with mostly English people, your systems have to be in French. That they can already, without a warrant, they can go into your fucking business files. It's crazy. But they're like, oh, that's what this bill's gonna do. I'm like, yeah, but in fact, they already do that. Like, and they're like, oh, don't worry, it's not gonna be like the person using the service that gets in trouble. It's gonna be the service, Facebook and all that. So they're just gonna pull out of fucking Canada. They're not gonna have Facebook in Canada.
You're not gonna have anything in Canada.
Because it's only like 6% of their total overall revenue. Like, rather than getting charged a bunch of fees.
Hi, baby.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm enjoying my Anime 9 anime app.
Court found the Niagara Falls, Ontario tourist agency of failing to comply with 3 orders issued by the province's animal welfare services related to the living conditions of 3 young black bears. In a great statement to facts, it says Marineland kept the 3 young bears in cramped enclosures, no water structures or water features in June 2021.
That's so sad.
Animal welfare services declared the park in distress and gave the park a few months to rapidly increase the size of the enclosures and give the animals access to a permanent source of water. The court
Oh my god!
agents and eventually the Crown seized all 3 bears and moved them to sanctuaries. Marineland has not immediately responded.
You don't
to
get the
requests
fucking
from
water?
Will Reese, the Canadian Press.
For more news, go to CJ.
The fuck kind of monster are you? Like, you don't give fucking ass water. Like, this is fucked up. It's terrible.
Saturday periods of rain and a high of 7. Right now,
Come on, you dumb fucking fat cunt.
And he was given the harshest sentence possible in the Canadian criminal justice system.
That's the head of Corrections Canada. Before that, back-to-back, non-stop clips, more clips than ever before, commercial-free. We heard from the Conservative MP Frank Caputo, who has made a video that's got a lot of people talking. So let's get to him right now here on the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
It's News Talk tonight on the iHeartRadio Talk Network. Here's your host, Jim Richards.
One of Justice critics for the Conservative Party, Frank Caputo, joins us right now. He is the MP, Conservative MP for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Sir, thank you very much for your time.
Why?
Do we have Mr. Caputo?
Fucking shut the fuck up.
What if I told you that the media, Hollywood, Terminator, Skynet, literally any picture painted of AI, artificial intelligence, was completely false, and it was in order to keep you in a state of fear? Well, that's my belief in this video, and we're going to talk about it. Welcome to the rabbit hole. I've always identified as a critical thinker. I don't take sides based on a feeling, a bias.
I identify as a dolphin.
Hard in my life to be objective, not subjective. I grew up in Pennsylvania in a closed-minded cult where if you didn't believe a certain way, you were cut off and thrown out of the house. I escaped that environment in the middle of the night when I was 21 years old, and I have literally built my life on the ability to critically think, including building up a 100% writing agency and selling that back in 2021. I believe it's really important to find out who you are and play to your strengths your whole life, because life becomes so much better.
I hate listening to you talk.
Love, but it's the truth. So I am a type 8, I'm a challenger, I am somebody that enjoys a good challenge. If I don't have a challenge to work on during the day, that day isn't fun. So relaxation and vacations are actually very hard for me. So when I went into writing, I turned it into a business, but I never banked on writing as the end all be all. I never said I am a writer. And
You're a fucking idiot. Stop talking. Jesus Christ. Make all of this stupid. Fuck! Ugh.
And police are now updating the media on this case. Let's listen in live.
Our Chief of Police Eric Stubbs, Mayor Mark Sutcliffe, Deputy Chief Trish Ferguson, and Superintendent Jamie Dunlop. Also in attendance with us today, également présent aujourd'hui est Wilson Lowe and David Hill, and City of Ottawa Manager Stephenson. For everyone's awareness, we are broadcasting this live on YouTube as well. We will now begin with Chief Eric Stubbs.
Thank you, Rick. Good afternoon. This afternoon, we will be a tragic act of violence in Barrhaven that has left 6 people deceased, including 4 young children, as well as 1 injured male. Before I continue, I want to acknowledge that this has been a very difficult, complex, and active investigation. Some of the details we will share today are disturbing. Here's what we can tell you. At about 10:52 yesterday evening, the Ottawa Police Service received 2 911 calls from the Berrigan Drive area, reporting a suspicious incident where a male was yelling and asking people to call 911. Our team was immediately dispatched, and the first officer arrived on scene minutes later. As multiple units began to arrive, officers identified a suspect who was quickly arrested without incident. Paramedics were also called and were arriving. Officers entered the home to check on the safety of those inside, and that is where they began to discover the 6 victims, the youngest of which is less than 3 months old. The family are newcomers to Canada and are originally from Sri Lanka. We have been working to advise the families of the deceased, many of whom are overseas. The father and husband of the victims was found at the scene and was injured. He was taken to hospital where he is in serious and stable condition. The deceased are 35-year-old Darshani Bombar Ekanaike,
She is the mother of the children. Their 7-year-old son, Anuka Wikrama Singh. Their 4-year-old daughter, Ashwini. Their 2-year-old daughter, Vinayana. And their 2.5-month-old daughter, Kelly. Also found deceased is 40-year-old Americone Gamini Americone, who is an acquaintance of the family who has been living at the home. He recently arrived in Canada. The investigation has found that an edged weapon was used to cause the deaths and injuries. To be clear, this was a mass killing, not a mass shooting. We have arrested and charged a 19-year-old male, Frank D'Souza, with 6 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of attempted murder. The accused is a Sri Lankan national who is believed to have been in Canada as a student. I'll emphasize, he is the only suspect. We know there are a lot of questions about why this tragedy occurred. This is the focus of our homicide unit as they diligently investigate this tragic crime. Our investigators and forensic teams are working very hard to determine all of the facts and ensure justice is done. But that also means we must maintain the integrity of the investigation for court. I want to emphasize, this was a senseless act of violence perpetrated on purely innocent people. I know our whole community is shocked and mourning this event. I want to offer my condolences to the loved ones of all the victims for this unimaginable loss. We are offering supports, and we know the community is mobilizing. We have reached out to the community leaders, their temple, and the Sri Lankan High Commission. We will ensure that we maintain that communication to assist their community. Of note, 2 of the children attended local schools, and we have also reached out to the school board. We ask that anyone needing support, please reach out to the Distress Center, available 24/7 at 613-238-3311. This one will undoubtedly weigh on the hearts of everyone for a long time. A vigil has been established at Palmdale Park at the corner of Palmdale Drive
Oh my god.
in memory of the victims.
Please.
We
I
ask that the
just fucking can't handle your shit. Whoa.
As well, I would like to start by expressing my appreciation for the privilege awarded to me to testify here today. It really is an honor to be asked to do so. I'm not here to talk about January 6th or about any particular threat, insurrection, or protest, political or ideological, real or imaginary. I'm here to talk about the already extant and expanding collusion of government and corporation in restricting the individual freedom and autonomy upon which the productive, generous, and stable psyche, economy, and state are themselves necessarily founded. I'll begin my comments, therefore, in the most general terms to shed light on the mounting problem. There are now 700 million CCTVs in China under the rule of the Communist Party. The system to which those electronic eyes are attached is the most complete state apparatus of surveillance yet imagined, with the ability not only to recognize face at a distance, but gait itself when facial features are hidden or obscured. Such capability can and will soon be augmented to the point where the movement of eyes themselves, monitored by high-resolution and intelligent cameras, will soon be sufficient to identify any aware and active party. The demented, naive, and prideful engineers who so enthusiastically helped build this system call it Skynet. After the rogue and all-seeing technology that took such a dreadfully wrong turn heard in the famous science fiction movie Terminator series, featuring artificially intelligent robot intelligences hell-bent on protecting themselves by destroying humanity. The name also references a well-known Chinese phrase describing the reach
of the divine itself. The net of heaven is vast, yet this is nothing, which aptly describes the capabilities of the new apparatus. The system is integrated with the so-called Chinese social credit system, which awards its involuntary participants with a score indicating their compliance with the dictates of the Chinese Communist Party, allowing for full control over access to everything they possess electronically, most ominously their savings and their access to travel. Certainly all modern means of travel, but increasingly as the electronic gates come up even by walking. If you're Chinese or a visitor, your access to the world will be reduced to zero if your social credit score falls beyond an arbitrary minimum. This allows you purposefully to be shut out of all activities that can be virtualized. And in a rapidly virtualizing world, this increasingly means all activities: driving, shopping, working, eating, finding shelter, even fraternizing with friends and family, as merely being in the presence of someone with a low social credit score means that your own score can be lowered. This has also opened up the opportunity for the government to extract slave-like labor from its citizens, so burdened, as the donation of free work to the state still constitutes one means by which erring Chinese men and women can increase their score and remain part of human society. This is precisely the payment system most desired by the most people, not the work for me and benefit thereby that constitutes arrangement undertaken by free and sovereign citizens, but the work for me, neither the deprivation I imposed, has always been the leitmotif of the slaver. Why is any of this relevant to people? Because the technology that the Chinese Communist Party employs is an extension of Western technology. Because we already fell prey to the terrible temptation of lockdown employed by that state in the face of hypothetical crisis once and in the very recent. Because we're walking step by step in the same direction, partly because of the hypothetical convenience of universal and automatic recognition of identity, and partly because any problem whatsoever that now confronts us is used to justify the increasing reach of the security of the United States. Except the Stone Age people first confronted with cameras and the result of photographs by modern anthropologists objected to having their images captured as they carry the captivity of their souls. It turns out that such fear was precedent. Leave behind while navigating virtual space are some of the most elements of our actual selves, which capture our essence.
Fucking great. That's just fucking great.
Their very selves have become reducible to a frightening degree to data, equivalent of our footprint, with the same data making up an image of our identity, an identity which can be and is increasingly bought and sold by the individual corporate brokers, but still mostly trying to sell us what we so desperately and carelessly and conveniently want.
Shut the fuck up.
Darren, let's start with leaked emails between doctors from a leading transgender healthcare body, which revealed they knew that trans patients do not always understand the consequences of their gender reassignment, surgery treatments, and they also revealed that some patients have cancer as a result of their hormone treatment. The revelations stem from the World Professional Association for Transgender Health files uncovered by independent journalist Michael Schellenberger. He also found a clinician who was prepared to recommend a double mastectomy for a 16-year-old girl who was already suffering from liver cancer. Now, this is despite this doctor agreeing with the surgeon and oncologist that her cancer was probably caused by the hormone treatment she was receiving. And these revelations are so shocking, Darren. It's an enormous medical scandal, and we had so many victims in the UK, the US, and right here in Australia.
Absolutely, Rita, you're bang on the money. And were this any other form of ideology in healthcare that was causing cancer, you can bet your bottom dollar that there would be outcry like you wouldn't believe. There would be a scandal called upon scandal, pearl clutching like you wouldn't believe. There would be lawsuits of a monumental scale. I mean, I tell you what, this drug is powerful. They have that's what I'll tell you that would be. It's the same as gender affirming care, which is basically the application of anyone who says, oh, you know, I need to have a vasectomy or I need to go on to these generally reversible abortion. It's that kind of thing. You know, precious little of that. We know now after these damning revelations. But this is then put this on lecture, and it doesn't actually abort people. Just people say that they're gold standard of them. If you ask me, they absolutely are not. This is doctors under the guidance of this man's body, not the law, to recommend fucking countries for violence. As you say, we're talking about a radical double vasectomy. This is a very good. Why is there not more of an outcry about this? Why are politicians in Australia? Why are politicians in the United States? Why are they not advocating about this in a way in which they are quite weak about other issues? This is my medical malpractice. So couch in the terms of medical affirmation. And I think it's really, really dangerous. This is good ideology. I don't know.
100% right. Well, at least in the UK, you did have an inquiry into these methods and this affirmation model, and there was some change in policy. Here in Australia, we're not even having the inquiry, and there's so much transparency around what's happening with these treatments, how many kids are being treated, at what ages are they getting the hormones, what ages are surgeries starting, and sadly, I think Australia is even further behind the UK. It's very Darren, the UK police force is under fire from the lack of policing when it comes to Palestinian protests. Look at this footage where they are in huge numbers protecting the statue of some original as pro-Palestinian supporters gather outside the Houses of Parliament. But we know they have the capacity to be much tougher. We saw that during those anti-lockdown protests. And let's look at how they police football fans.
This is what you get when you're a football fan. This is what football fans get. When that Palestine flag out and say,
Darren, you can even hear the football fans reference the police's double standards there, saying they'd be left alone if they had a Palestinian flag. The public are noticing this two-tier policing.
Why should anybody basically have any of a understanding of an acknowledgement of a trust in the police that actually young women, statues, you name it,
every single day when I open up my phone or my computer and I look at the news or I look at YouTube and I see what's going on here in Canada, I have one thing to say. Unfreaking unbelievable. Today we're going to be taking a look at the NDP, Christian Freeland, and some criticism by Jordan Peterson, the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe, and a couple of other things. But before we get into a lot of the discussion that subscribers and I think that already for 1,000 subscribers.
I fucking great shut the fuck up.
Absolutely incredible. And as well as if you want to piss off the government even more, I have an additional channel called House of Canada, and that's where all of my question
Oh my god.
events and live shows happen. That channel almost has 100,000 subscribers. So if you really want to see
What the fuck up?
this
Oh my god.
The liberals and the left are melting down, and rightfully so, as not only did Sophie Gregoire Trudeau get the snub yesterday, but so did Justin Trudeau on his polling numbers. Let's get into it. Oh, yeah! What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to The Fringe. I thought it would be good as we start to end out the week to try and get into some fun, happy stories. Now, here are the chances. Pierre Poilievre posting out yesterday on his wife's birthday. He was wishing his wife a happy birthday. Of course, many other conservative MPs joined in the fun online, and of course, after one MP, very well known Michelle Ferreri, made her comments about Anita Poilievre, well, of course, the left had a meltdown and took insult to what was tweeted out. And boy, we are going to get into it. But before we get into it, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this chance to remind everybody to please make sure if you were subscribed to this channel, make sure you subscribe. Anytime I mention Justin Trudeau or the left.
These days, criticizing Israel gets backlash like this.
When the ICC investigates Israel for fake war crimes, this is pure anti-Semitism.
From the river to the sea is anti-Semitic.
Those calling for ceasefire are legitimizing anti-Semitism. But here's the thing. Investigating Israel for war crimes or demanding a ceasefire in Gaza is not anti-Semitic, which is hatred of Jews. It's criticism of the state of Israel, and the two are not the same thing. So how did criticism of Israel and charges of anti-Semitism come to be interchangeable, and what have the consequences been? I spoke to two Jewish experts who work closely on the issue.
This has become a well-worn strategy of the Israeli government and its defenders to conflate all criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism.
That's Simone Ziggy's with the Diaspora, an organization that fights anti-Semitism and its pursuits.
It's an insult to Jewish history, and it cheapens the idea of what these words actually mean.
And this is Laura Friedman, the president of the Foundation for Middle East Peace and a leading expert on Israel and Palestine.
So if you can't win the arguments over Israeli policy, you're going to have to just shut down the criticism of Israel. There's something so twisted about where we are today.
So how did we get here? Well, if you listen to the pro-Israel establishment and its supporters, you hear the conflation of two very distinct terms.
Anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism. Period, full stop.
Anti-Zionism is the modern mutated form of anti-Semitism.
The high anti-Semitism now is anti-Zionism.
Okay, let's first unpack the definition of these terms. Anti-Semitism means hatred, prejudice, threats, and violence against Jews because they are Jewish. It's very real and it exists. Anti-Semitism in Europe is what led to the Holocaust, when 6 million Jews were murdered by Nazis. Anti-Zionism, on the other hand, is the movement against Zionism. Zionism is an ideology that took in the late 19th century among some Jews in Europe. It's the belief that Jews should have their own separate Jewish ethno-state, and it led to the creation of Israel in 1948, at the expense of the indigenous Palestinian population that lived there. Anti-Zionism challenges the very ideological basis of Israel as a nation-state. The movement existed decades before Israel, originally among Eastern European Jews who opposed Zionism's objective of moving Jews out of Europe.
The Zionist project to this day is built on an ideology of supremacy that provides exclusive and superior rights only for Jews. Anti-Zionism rejects that ideology of Jewish supremacy and seeks to dismantle it.
Now, it's important to note that not all Zionists are Jews. In fact, evangelical Christians are some of the most fervent Zionists in the world. It's a topic I reported on while in Jerusalem and the occupied West Bank. And just as not all Zionists are Jews, not all Jews are Zionists, although many are taught from a young age that supporting Israel should be part of their identity.
For me growing up being pro-Israel was a core part of my Jewish identity. I saw attacks on Israel as a personal attack.
For decades, there's been a concerted effort to collapse the distinction between the Jewish religion and Zionism. And that significantly ramped up in the 2000s after it became clear that Israeli leaders had abandoned all pretenses of seeking a political solution with Palestinians.
You can all over the straight face say that Israel really wants peace, they support a two-state solution, they don't want to oppress the Palestinians. That's where we saw the birth of this new definition of anti-Semitism.
That definition Laura is talking about is at the crux of this growing trend to conflate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. It's known as the IRA working definition of anti-Semitism. IRA stands for the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance.
Who could be against an organization trying to remember the Holocaust and make sure people don't forget? That's a good thing.
You would think. But in 2016, the definition IRA published included 11 contemporary examples of anti-Semitism, 6 of which relate to Israel, including that it's anti-Semitic to claim that the existence of the state of Israel is a racist endeavor. Side note, Israel was created as a Jewish ethno-state, treating Jewishness as a race, violently expelling the Palestinian majority. And in even Israel's leading organization calls an apartheid system. The IRA definition won't have that.
The argument was made that all or most criticism of Israel is anti-Semitism. We're going to put this in a definition. We're now going to take this definition and put it into law around the world. And we're going to use this as a blunt instrument to shut down once and for all these arguments, and that's where we are today.
At least 40 governments have adopted the IRA definition, as well as hundreds of universities and NGOs around the world. Even as scholars and dozens of human rights groups like Amnesty International decry its implementation. That's because the IRA definition has been webbed to silence criticism of Israel, curtail freedom of speech, and foster anti-Palestinian racism. A 2023 report found dozens of cases where IRA was explicitly used to target those Palestinian rights throughout Europe, even for something as simple as liking a social media post that condemned Israel's actions. And it's happening in the US too. The US House of Representatives passed a resolution in late 2023 that equates anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism as defined by IRA. And the spirit of IRA is guiding organizations like the Pro-Israel Anti-Defamation League, or ADL, in how they track anti-Semitism. For instance, an ADL report found a huge spike in anti-Semitic incidents in the US after October 7th. But when you dig deeper into the numbers, you find out 40% of those were simply pro-Palestine rallies, many of which, by the way, were led by Jewish organizers.
Organizations like the ADL have no qualms in just calling thousands of Jews anti-Semitic. The whole thing would be laughable if it weren't so insulting.
The IRA definition is finding its way into laws. As of 2024, 4 U.S. states explicitly have the IRA definition of anti-Semitism in their hate crime laws, and many more.
There's a reason why the people who want to shut down Palestine voices, Palestine protesters, want the IRA definition in the hate crimes law. It's being used to attack Palestine voices or pro-Palestine voices pretty much across every part of society.
And that's especially true on college campuses. U.S. universities have always been a place where anti-Israel speech has been curtailed. But in 2019, this practice of silencing pro-Palestine voices was legitimized when former President Donald Trump signed an executive order that enforced the IRA definition on college campuses.
The biggest problem is a chilling effect. We see lawsuit after lawsuit and complaint after complaint targeting activists on campus, targeting administrators, targeting professors. We literally have cases based on somebody had a sign that said "River to the Sea," so you're claiming it's a hate crime.
By the way, it's worth noting that the guy who drafted the IRA definition later spoke out against how it's been weaponized by the right-wing Jewish community, writing that using IRA to define hate speech on campus is an attack on free speech and will not only harm pro-Palestinian advocates, but also Jewish students.
Do you see this effort to silence any sort of criticism of Israel as anti-Semitic as harmful to Jews and dangerous?
Absolutely. I have no problem saying absolutely clearly it is anti-Semitic to conflate Israel and Jews. And the ADL and I agree on that. The problem is that what the ADL also say, if you don't conflate Israel and Jews, you're an enemy. And that's incredibly dangerous, because my argument, which says you shouldn't go out and target a Jewish kid because they're Jewish and hold them accountable for what Israel's doing, but you're simultaneously insisting that every Jewish kid on campus support for Israel and Zionism is intrinsic to their identity, or effectively conflating every Jewish person with the state of Israel. That is incredibly dangerous.
And in the midst of all this, you have Israeli leaders promoting nationalist interests over actual anti-Semitism around the world.
The history of Israeli government leaders actually playing down very dangerous forms of right-wing anti-Semitism because some of the very same people that promote that, who they see as part of building a world of racism and fear and hatred.
Take, for example, the far-right xenophobic Prime Minister of Hungary, where the Italian Prime Minister herself was a member of the neo-fascist movement as a teenager, who had both found a friend in Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. And of course, former President Trump, who courted white supremacists in his base and called neo-Nazi protesters very fine people. But Israeli leaders like Netanyahu give all of them a pass because they have the right view on Israel. And in the face of the very real threat of anti-Semitism perpetrated by white supremacists, we've also seen some Israeli leaders implicate Palestinians as a similar threat. In 2018, white supremacists killed 11 Jewish worshippers at a Pittsburgh synagogue in the worst attack on Jews in U.S. history. But listen to how this Israeli leader, speaking to that congregation a few days later, seemingly equated the white supremacist perpetrator with Palestinians who had nothing to do with the attack.
From Europe to Israel, to Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania, the hand that fires missiles is the same hand that shoots worshippers. Jews and anti-Semitism, wherever it raises its head.
You drew a direct line from the Pittsburgh shooter to Palestinian citizens. There are real reasons why so many Jews are afraid for their own safety. And very often we see Israeli government leaders weaponize that fear and misdirect it by Palestinians. Palestinians are not responsible for the Holocaust. And the state of Israel repeatedly uses the memory of the Holocaust to stoke anti-Palestinian racism and to justify its actions against Palestinians.
And to shield itself from international law. When Israel was recently on trial for genocide against Palestinians in Gaza at the International Court of Justice, a court set up in the wake of the Holocaust to prevent the atrocities that Jews had experienced, many Israeli leaders accused the court of anti-Semitism.
The hot hearing is a show of shame, hypocrisy, and blatant anti-Semitism.
The idea that the government is weaponizing the legacy of these international institutions to evade any consequences for the atrocities in Gaza it's such a tragedy of history.
Anti-Semitism is a very real threat to the millions of Jews around the world. But advocating for a free Palestine, holding a pro-Palestine rally, or demanding Israel be held accountable for war crimes are not anti-Semitic actions. Saying they are only leads to dangerous trends, suppressing free speech, allowing Israel to evade accountability, and obscuring actual anti-Semitism.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
Jordan Peterson recently came out with a video that makes me think he might potentially be a Christian now. However, there's still some reasons I'm very unsure about, and I'll talk about that after I show the video. But first, here's the clip.
So first question for you, Dr. Peterson. Christians understand Jesus in ways that are consonant with your way of symbolic depictions of Christ. For example, as the archetypal King of Kings, responsible bearer of cosmic suffering, and practical guide to avoiding temporal hell. However, we Christians additionally see Jesus as the historically real Lord in the language of C.S. Lewis, who became fact. The God-man who was crucified, died for our sins, and was raised on the third day. So my question, Dr. Peterson, how do you relate your own conception of the Christ to this Orthodox, little o, Orthodox Christian conception?
Before we get to his answer, something I've noticed with Jordan Peterson is anytime someone asks him the question, do you believe in God, for example, he never seems to give a direct response. I think it's personally because I remember him saying once in one of his videos that his greatest fear is to look stupid. He's terrified of looking stupid. That's his greatest fear. That's what he has said himself. And so you'll notice anytime someone asks, do you believe in God? Something like that. Or do you believe Jesus is Lord? Do you believe, we'll just stick with, do you believe in God? He'll never directly say yes or no. A lot of times he'll say, well, it depends on what you mean by believe. What does believe even mean? I act as if I believe in God. I act as if I believe Jesus is Lord. And isn't that what belief actually is? Isn't that a sign of what you believe, what you do? And so it's like he wants to say yes, but he won't just say yes because he doesn't want to look stupid. You'll notice in this response, he starts out doing the same thing, but he kind of gets to the point where it's the closest I've ever personally seen him just out and out say yes. This is who he said he was. In reality, not in this philosophical realm. So let's listen to it and we'll talk more.
Well, I think the C.S. Lewis formulation, which is gratification formulation, and also a formulation that was accepted by the I think it's the simplest explanation. You know, I've been reading a book, which is a strange thing to say, by the name of I've been reading a new book called We Who Wrestle with God. It's a continuation of the work I started doing. I've been doing to understand the Genesis narratives of the Exodus. I've included a lot more books like Abraham's story, for example, the story of Jonah, the story of Judah, other major texts. I'm working on the gospel section at the moment, probably mostly utilizing the Gospel of Matthew. And Christ's claim essentially is that he was the incarnation of the prophet and the laws. And that makes, that's a very specific sort of claim. And so what it means is something like, it's analogous to the idea of the kingdom of kings. So imagine organizing the groups of 10. You might ask those 10 people to elect from among themselves the most noteworthy of the 10 people. And you can imagine having the 10 people who are nominated get together and get to know each other and then nominate the most worthy of them. From that group, we could do that all the way up to the most noteworthy possible person of all the persons that ever lived. And that would be the person who would most closely approximate the spirit of the King of Kings, to most closely approximate the notion of kingship itself, whatever that is. Christ claimed that true kingship was embodied in the law and the prophets, and the law, of course, is the tradition that had been extracted from human interaction over endless millennia, not least the period of time is covered by the biblical stories. And then prophets are the manifestation of the spirit that generates the law, right? Because the law is something that has to be extracted from tradition, let's say, instantiated, but also updated. So you need a static element of.
So you'll notice this is him not wanting to direct him. Because he's just terrified of looking stupid. So he just doesn't.
You made it very clear.
So I was thinking, well, this is probably just another stuff on to say Jesus is Lord. But what's about to happen was very striking. I was very happy. And we'll go ahead and listen to it. We'll see what I'm talking about.
The spirit that should guide us. That would be the law. You need a dynamic element, and that would be the prophets. And you can think that the combination of those two things would be an even more transcendent spirit. And then you can imagine that you could be guided by that spirit, which is what you would do if you were a follower of the law. But then you can imagine doing what Christ told the Pharisees to do, which would be to apply more than merely the dogma, but also the spirit. And then you can imagine that you can open yourself up so that
And that's what Christ claimed he was, and that seems right. Like, now, what I have to say along with that I don't understand what that means.
So first, just want to stop there. This is him. He just actually said that seems right. It's so funny how hard it is for him to say he believes in Jesus. I do think he believes Jesus is Lord. I think God has been chasing him down and he can't run away anymore. But he's still scared to say it out loud.
He didn't say it out loud.
But
He
it's
just
interesting.
scared
He goes
everything.
into a little bit of that here in this next clip. I'll just keep playing the video, but you'll see he has a new answer for it's not stupid to believe in Jesus.
It is stupid to believe in Jesus. You're fucking stupid.
Yes, everyone's laughing. Again, he doesn't just directly answer the question. Do you believe in reality, not in philosophy world, that Jesus is actually Lord in reality? And that was as long as it's gone up. But it seems like the answer is yes. And let's hear what he has to say after that.
I don't understand it, and this is something, I think this is part of the reason why the religious tradition and the scientific tradition clash, because the Christian claims that Christ defeated death, like saying he made hell, and obviously one of the objections to that is that there's quite a lot of death still around and no shortage of hell, and so it's not an easy thing to understand what it means that that's defeated. And you could say, listen to this young man in Canada recently, Josh Alexander, who's been persecuted quite remarkably for being a forthright Catholic in Canada. That's where we're at in Canada. He got kicked out of his Catholic school for making the claim that he sang the gospel line for Mark, pointing out that there are men and women, and that was unacceptable to his teachers and the administrative staff at the Catholic school, so they gave him a vote despite the fact that he was 16. And he was just interviewed. I interviewed him. I have raised that, and also my wife. He said that one of the things that gave him strength was the notion that good has already won. You know, that's a very sophisticated idea for a young man. He's very forthright and solid character. And what's meant is something like, in the space of eternity, good constantly triumphs over evil, and the sacrifice of Christ is the pattern of what we is correct. But
notice again, he actually, I don't know if it said there's statements like this before. He actually said he thinks that's true. He thinks the sacrifice of Christ was defeating death, triumphing over it.
We still have to, we still have to engage in the battle in our time in the present, so that this can be true in eternity and be in process in the present. And I think that's also correct. We have to conceptualize eternity in some manner because we are related to it, just like yes, we're streaming in the present. There's a tension between us. One of the errors that religious people make, and I think this is more on the Protestant side of things, although Catholics are immune to it, is to announce that if you merely believe that Christ defeated evil, that somehow culminates in your complete salvation, and that strikes me as highly improbable, given that we also have a fair bit of work to do, and that the work itself is also relevant. And so, anyways, as I've been working through these ideas, the simplest explanation for me has emerged that the claim that made is the simplest explanation for. It's the simplest explanation historically in American. But that's bounded by the fact that even if it's true, even though it's true, we might say,
notice again the shift in one. It started out saying if it's true, but then he changed to say, or so it is true. So this again, for me, it's like the first time I've heard saying like, I come to believe this is true, even though this is true. And then go on and talk about how he's overcome this idea of feelings for believing in Jesus.
That doesn't mean we understand exactly what it means. That doesn't bother me so much because even if we accept scientific explanations, let's say materialist reductionist explanations for destructive existence, we still end up with unsolved mysteries. Scientists have no idea what happened 2 would initiate the Big Bang, for example, or even if the Big Bang happens to be true, we have no idea how DNA involved. We don't know how life came about. Like, there's mysteries everywhere. The fact that there's still some mystery left at the bottom of religious preconceptions or if you'd rather know, but the fact that we don't doesn't invalidate the whole system of community.
So there you have it. That is the closest I've ever heard George Floyd say that yes, he believes Jesus is Lord. And from that, it sounds like he actually was saying yes, he believes Jesus is actually Lord.
Why does it mean so much to you for somebody else to say that? People are fucking stupid. People who believe in Jesus are fucking retarded.
Before I would say
Fucking
yes,
okay, probably.
definitely a Christian. That's the thing.
Fucking Christian. Fucking old.
There are some concerning scriptures
I think you can't get it to my fucking Jew.
might not yet be a Christian. Hopefully he is. Before I get to those scriptures, I just want to mention a video I saw of him about 2 years ago with Jonathan Hago. I don't know how you say his last name. But I remember in this episode, at some point in the episode, Jordan Peterson basically was really trying to get Jonathan to answer this question, and Jonathan just wasn't picking up on it. Jordan Peterson was basically saying, "Do you think there's a chance that someone would go to hell if they believe in Jesus, but they're too afraid to say that they believe in Jesus?"
What the fuck is wrong with you?
And that video did not pick it up at all. But I was just saying, Jonathan,
You're fucking retarded. Fucking stupid fucking Jew. Fucking dumb bitch. What the fuck? God.
Jordan Peterson recently came out with a
Oh
video
my god.
that makes me think
Fucking amazing.
We're talking about Norway. Sorry I missed yesterday. Was at the car dealership getting a recall done, and it took longer than I expected, so I didn't have time. But you know the vibes. Let's do this. Hello and welcome back to the JW Thoughts channel. My name is Wally, and today we are looking at day 2 of the court hearing about the Jehovah's Witnesses suing the government of Norway for their deregistering them. Anyway, with all that being said, let's see what arguments that the Norwegian government brought to the table in their opening statements. Now, in the last video, we talked about how Watchtower didn't want any of their material shown, none of their instruction manuals, no elders' books, no videos, and they're well aware that there's some real stinkers hiding in that closet. The boogeyman will be out to get them, and boy howdy, the Norwegian law team delivered. They showed what is, in my opinion, one of the worst videos Watchtower has ever made. Now, I'll just give you a little bit of context. I think I've told this story before, but this was shown at a convention that was right around the time me and my wife were in awaiting the transition of leaving, and this is the first convention that I ever just walked up and left. We saw this video, and we looked at each other and said, let's just go. Let's just get out of here. And we were kind of already in the process of like knowing we wanted to leave, but there was a lot of circumstances, as everyone knows, it's a complicated issue when you're leaving your organization. But this was the first time that, and the last time, or the first time that I left this convention, and the last time I've ever been to it. And it is a shocking video, and it almost looks like a apostate video. You would think that someone like me would put this together in order to show the reality of growing up in the Jehovah's Witness and the pain of Sunday. But no, Watchtower put this out. So a lot of you guys maybe have seen it, but strap in. But buckle up because it's a wild ride, and for the next 20 minutes, it might feel like a life game. I'm going to be very short.
It feels so good to be with my family and friends. When I'm with the brothers and sisters in our congregation, it's the best place I could be. My children and I are so happy now. But it hasn't always been this way.
Just that.
So this is like a video to set up the juxtaposition of what it's like to be inside the congregation and outside the congregation. But in order to really establish this poor girl's whole history, they're going to go back in time. So let's see what got her into this precarious position. Having to say, so what are you and my family and my friends of the congregation? But it wasn't always this way.
My parents were missionaries when my mom got pregnant with me. Mom and Dad were very zealous. People just assuming that I would follow in their footsteps. And for a while, I did. I was the model child who was always held up as an example. Sure, the attention boosted my self-confidence. But it also put me under enormous pressure.
Now, I'm going to do my very best not to use profanity in this video, so we might have the inundated with some weird 50s expressions. Watchtower, you are really cruising for a bruising here. About to get hit with the legal knuckle sandwich. I don't understand how you can say, well, as children are people, they're of a legal age. They were generally, for the majority of people, 15 years old, they know what they're talking about. Here in this video, she literally calls herself the model child as she is getting baptized. The model child is getting baptized. She calls herself a child. You baptize stop that story evidence the best you go on any sort of media campaign again. So, y'all are liars. It really pisses me off.
I was the model child who was always held up as an example. Sure, the attention boosted my self-confidence. But it also put me under enormous pressure. It was like everyone was watching me.
Oh,
It couldn't be a mistake. In my mid-teens, I began to feel torn. I liked the truth, but I felt so confined. I didn't tell anyone how I felt. I just pretended everything was alright and went through the motions.
this truth is, but I felt torn. And I had these feelings, but I didn't tell anyone. This is what it is. You get baptized as a child, realize something's wrong, but you can't do anything about it because you will lose your entire social structure. You feel like everyone's watching you. You feel like everyone's judging you. This is what it means to be a Jehovah's Witness. I met up with an old friend that I haven't seen in, my God, probably like 15 years. And we were just chit-chatting, and she was never baptized, but one of the things that she mentioned about why she didn't want to be baptized or ever wanted to really integrate herself into that culture was just the judgment aspect. She felt like people were judging her all the time. This is one of the most true, accurate watchtower videos ever made. And it's damning. This is why the telling is in court. Because watchtower is like, oh, people, they have a good choice. They can change their religion if they want wrong. It's really a choice they make. No, it's not. They are baptized as children, and then when they have struggled and doubts later in their teenage years, they have no recourse. They have no way to be able to have freedom. They are slaves for Watchtower. The decision they made, as Watchtower says, when they were a child.
I envy kids who don't have to live under so many restrictions. And if they got the truth later in life, they got to experience the best of both worlds. I thought maybe things would improve after I graduated high school. But then at my day job, and then Eric, he truly understood me. It made me feel safe. And I loved him. I loved him.
These are real this isn't just a soliloquy that Watchtower's doing. This is real. When you grow up as a Jehovah's Witness, this is my experience. You have conversations with your friends about what it would be like to work as a Jehovah's Witness. Get your mind around that.
Yeah? You okay?
Yeah, why? I wasn't a witness. You dream about all of like the cool
I heard something bang.
But oh no, you have to go with meetings on Tuesdays and Thursdays and Sundays and field service on Mondays and Wednesdays and Fridays and Saturdays. It's watching this is like opening a time capsule for me. I don't know why I'm so triggered by it, but maybe it's because it was that sort of last year. Just like I can't believe they're saying this. But it's interesting because we don't know anything about Mary. Lots of other things on us. He knows why he died. He knows he's back. Who really knows? But at the very least, she's experiencing what it's like to have a real relationship, which is something that people that have never been over with maybe don't quite understand is having a real relationship. Everything is fake. When you're fake, when your best friend really is fake, when you have a relationship with someone on the outside that you genuinely, you're like, whoa, there is a bigger world about people that care about you as a person, rather than just what I'm doing for the organization. You go to the Jehovah's party, and you talk to people, you talk to your family, and everything's about, well, what are you doing for the organization? Oh, are you pioneering? Oh, how's pioneering? Oh, what's going on with the territory? Oh, how do you help? It's just all about being a Jehovah's Witness, someone who experiences something on the outside that's genuine and real. It's like experiencing life for the very first time. And the hard part about that
see that this is what two people who love each other do. And I was willing to give up everything for him. Everything.
Sister, that is what you love each other do. The problem is that you were raised as a Jehovah's Witness, and you do not understand that it's not a 1 and a 0 situation. You do not have to give up everything for someone. It's not like your whole life revolves around this person. You have choices. You have a choice to make. You make choices about what is going to be best for you. It's not like, well, I have to be with Eric, or else everything is wrong. I will correct everything just be with Eric. Or I'll never say that. No. You can have healthy boundaries and develop a relationship. It is possible. And this is something that I guess for anyone still with this that are struggling with this watching, just understand that you can take your time with things. You can let things develop naturally. You can set boundaries. That is within your control. It's not Eric or bust. It can be, well, Eric's pretty nice. I'll see where this goes. That is how you develop healthy relationships.
Looking back, my parents tried hard to do the right thing. To do things Jehovah's way. But because I didn't have a hatred for what's wrong, I couldn't see anything wrong with my choices. This eventually led me to do things I later regretted. I ended up getting a scholarship.
So there's
It crushed my whole family. Later, my father explained to me that I couldn't remain in the home because I refused to change my lifestyle. He told me I was having a negative effect on my younger brother and sister. I was determined to do what I wanted. When I left home that day, all I could think about was Eric. I didn't even care, and my parents' hearts were breaking.
Our daughter, now, was this fellowship. And you were still looking at you, the world's young. And then the callousness, if you hear it in the background of the guy saying, I can't remember exactly, he's like, well, let's just, in other news, let's move right along with our meeting. So someone's life was just completely ruined in public. Around everyone that she's grown up with, everyone that she considers her friends and family, because that's what your congregation is. Your life is ruined, and I'm like, well, in other news, here's some news you learned 5 years from now. It is disgusting how someone's life. Now, the other aspect of this is, yes, you have time that she was around for years. But she struggles with it. And the dad basically saying, hey, you can't live here anymore. So if she hasn't moved out already, it's conceivable that just because she's not in a position out there fighting. And so they are throwing their daughter into the wolves. Eric is, they met Eric. He's a guy, he's a person. your habits because it's affecting your brother and sister, well, you're out of here, bucko. And so she says, well, I guess I'm out of here. It is so sad. And this is someone that is an adult. And I have heard countless stories of people getting kicked out of their house when they're 15, 16 years old. Or something simple as wanting to have a boyfriend. And instead of a loving parent that helps their child navigate the insanity that is trying to figure out how to be in a healthy relationship, you throw them out there. Imagine that. One of the most complicated aspects of life for anyone is dating, marriage, and relationships. It's so complicated. And a 18, 19-year-old, sorry to cut it to any 18 or 19-year-olds out there, but you guys are morons. You don't know what you're doing. And you're going to mess up. That is why you need a support system of people that can help you navigate these things. Because it's not easy, and you can have life-changing situations arise. You get with the wrong guy, you get pregnant, he takes off, bada bing, bada boom. You're a single mom when you're 18 years old. Congratulations. In this economy, it is not easy. But the saddest part of this is that Watchtower is portraying the actions of the parents as the ones that are doing the right thing. You are the adult. You are the one that should be helping these people. And yet you just kick her out, throw it in the dogs. I don't like this video.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's clear.
I didn't think about the devastation and disappointment that I had caused them.
Wow.
Putting my parents in that situation.
That's for the crackhead.
My family missed me so much.
No, they don't.
Naturally,
No,
all I
they
had
don't.
done. What happened to me loyal to Jehovah for the many years I was disfellowshipped? It was Bible account of Aaron. Jehovah directly judged 2 of Aaron's sons and put them to death. In this case, Jehovah asked Aaron and his family not to lie in order to show the entire nation that they supported Jehovah's judgment. Mom and Dad saw that they needed to be loyal, just like Aaron.
I'm about to have a cow holding skillet. Remember the context of this. This is being shown in a court case where Watchtower in day one comes out and tries to make the case that normal family relations just continue. And yet you have these goobers showing a video where the parents of a disfellowshipped person are meant to imitate Aaron. What did Aaron have to deal with? Well, God judged his 2 sons and killed them, and they weren't allowed to show any emotion. Yes, that is something that Jehovah's Witnesses have. Kids of our disfellowship, we don't want you to show any emotion. Be heartless. It's in their freaking fracking doctrine. It's in their material. Don't even show emotion. And yet you want to say you can only complain and beat your chest up. These are just angry apostates making these outlandish claims. And we don't really shun people. It's a free choice. It's up to the person. No, it isn't. You bunch of bozos. You tell people to go so far as to not even show emotion when someone is disfellowshipped. If you think that a normal family relationship is emotionless.
Mm-hmm.
You are fundamentally sick.
Jehovah directly judged two of Aaron's sons and put them to death. In this case, Jehovah asked Aaron and his family not to mourn in order to show the entire nation that they supported Jehovah's judgment. Mom and Dad saw that they needed to be loyal, just like Aaron. They loved me and wanted me to come back to Jehovah. I tried to contact them. I just wanted to talk and to hear their voice. I missed being with my family. And they thought about reaching out to me. But they knew that if they had associated me, even a little, just to check on me, that small dose of association might have satisfied me. It couldn't make me think that there was no need to return to Jehovah.
In a letter that was dated February 7th, there was an excerpt that said this. This is a signed document that was sent to the government from the Scandinavian branch. And it said, on the other hand, a person who voluntarily chooses to relinquish his or her spiritual status as one of Jehovah's Witnesses by formally resigning will be respected for his or her decision. And it is up to each individual associated with the congregation to use his or her personal religious conscience to decide whether to limit or completely avoid having contact with that person. The Jehovah's Witnesses are being trained to cast their children out of the house, throw them to the dogs, and have no emotion if they call, don't answer phone, and they make it out to be a good thing. The whole situation, the whole picture they're painting is that this is a good thing because, I mean, as she's narrating, oh my goodness, if they would have answered the phone, that would have given me just enough contact. I might not have ever come back to the congregation. It is manipulation. I won't go and read the entire article, but remember before, I guess I'll just put it on the screen now. They had this article from the June 2013 Awake about how silent treatment and why it happens. They say straight away, it's retaliation. Some spouses use silence as a form of revenge, and then manipulation. Some use the silent treatment as a means to get what they want. And then here they even say, but when it is used as a means to retaliate or manipulate, the silent treatment not only prolongs conflict, but also erodes the respect the couple have for each other. How can you prevent that from happening to you? I have the answer. Never get baptized as a Jehovah's Witness. That is the way you will never have that happen to you. Because Watchtower knows that this is a form of vindictive, sadistic punishment that quite literally kills people. And yet they insist on it. And yet whenever they're called to task on it, whenever someone says, hey, do you guys shun people? What do they say? Shun people? We don't have any shunning practices. It is absolutely disgusting. This is a disgusting, harmful organization. And I am just so happy that in day 2 of the trial, the court was presented with this video. Because I don't know how you watch this and come away with thinking, oh yeah, clearly Jehovah's Witnesses, they're not told to shun people. Normal family relations. Yeah, everything sounds good to me. Let's get back that registry. You would have to have an astounding amount of brain rot in order to think that this organization is good for the community.
I was disfellowshipped for more than 15 years. I had 2 children now, and as time went by, I thought about their future. I thought more and more about returning to Jehovah in the congregation, but I didn't feel worthy.
Psalm 86.
One day, 2 elders stopped by and kindly reminded me that Jehovah wants me to return to him. They showed me Psalm 86, verse 5, where it says that Jehovah is ready to forgive. That verse the rest of the day. Jehovah is ready to forgive. So I decided to go to the Kingdom Hall for the first time in many years. It made me realize just how far off track I had gotten. I was determined to qualify for reinstatement. Nearly a year later, my reinstatement was announced to the congregation.
Sonia Erickson is reinstated as one of Jehovah's Witnesses.
I was so happy. The brothers and sisters welcomed me very warmly. Together again with my family and Jehovah made me feel so good. I knew this is where I needed to be, and I didn't ever want to leave again.
And there you have it. The manipulation is complete. It only took 15 years. Of pretending.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your bank card. I figured out what they did. They send you a new card. But because I just went by the bank machine there, the ATM. I asked about I just asked for a balance inquiry. It only shows the savings. It says savings $2.50. Then I figured, okay, let me transfer savings to checking. I want to transfer. You only have a savings account.
Yeah.
Okay, so. But I don't know how I can get e-transfer to get in this
Then use my Scotiabank. Use my Scotiabank.
Well, the Scotiabank's been closed forever. They never sent you a new card because you have to remember you were like $40 or $50.
No, because I don't have a. I'm not supposed to have overdraft.
Well, because of NSF something, I forget when it happened. It's for your bank fees. It wasn't overdraft. Because you have the $17 a month.
After like $5, they close my account.
Yeah, because it was a new account. That's how Scotia is. They're a bunch of assholes.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna pay money to have a bank account that has no money in it. Like.
I knew that Scotia was fault. That's just not the TV reactivated Scotia account. That's because they're not allowed to close the savings account. And it's costing me nothing a month. But I don't know if I get e-transfer done to your bank card if it does the same thing if it goes straight to the SIM.
Oh.
I guess I'll try it. My credit margin's full on my cards, but somebody's supposed to transfer me money tomorrow. What I'll do is I'll try to transfer like $5 or $10.
You can go on the EasyWeb app. You can go on the EasyWeb page to see the full account.
I don't know what e-transfer is. If I go straight to your savings, if you only have a savings account. Anyways, I'll just try it, but I'll know. If not, worst case, you have to go to the TV bank and you have to reactivate the card with both accounts.
Okay.
Because once I get the house set up, it'll go home.
Okay. Okay. Wait, you're not at home then?
No, I gotta go. Okay, I'm
you get any booze while you're there?
I make it before you love it, yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
Alright, I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Your TD bank card works when you pay IGO with your bank account.
You did, eh?
Yes, so it's activated, everything's fine. You add like $5 something.
I still don't know what he's talking.
What are you giving me this?
Keith's sister texted you.
When did she text me? At 6 o'clock?
I guess.
Probably gonna come by tomorrow. Coming back from work, I guess. Oh, cranky.
Very.
Scary. Dog is scared. I'm scared because of my pants. Dog is scared though.
I broke one of my bras.
That why you're cranky?
Well, yes. Because it fucking can't fix it.
No, I understand. I really want a piece of my clothes that I like.
The hook on the strap, it's a piece of metal, and it's snapped. The piece of metal broke.
So pretty. Okay.
Just like.
Whatever.
I couldn't pick a color.
Bring so much attitude.
I couldn't pick a color.
So you went for supremacist? I mean.
Oh, yeah?
See, I'm scared. I don't know where.
Solid arm's length.
Yeah, 2.
My eyeball's on fire. Wonder what ended up happening with Fury.
Nothing. You went to bed because you ran out of drugs?
Well, like the fucking, he's telling me, he's like, oh, I've been sober since like the 13th or whatever, and it was like the 20th or something. I'm like, so if I go to Matthew right now and I ask him if you bought off him, he's gonna tell me no. And he's just like, yeah, he's like, yeah. I'm like, all right, sure, as if, like you fucking, like, you think that he's gonna fucking lie to me for you? No.
Big stress, both of us. Scary you.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Huh?
Oh. I'm coming down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like coming down.
Gonna puke because of adrenaline?
What?
You do that sometimes.
Really?
When I get too high up on adrenaline and it comes down too fast.
Oh, what?
I get nauseous.
Really?
Yeah.
I get the shakes.
I guess we flee from the cops, and then they get too close from getting caught, and we don't get caught. If we get caught, I'm fine. Well, because the adrenaline is going to peak up, and I'll be fine. But if we don't get caught and everything stops, I'm like...
Like in Maxie's?
What?
When we went into the Maxie, you almost got caught for stealing me clothes from donation bin.
Yeah. Yeah.
And fucking super sneaky, we go to Maxie, just buy some stuff, come out. Don't. You're gonna take my chair.
Sorry. Shits are back now.
I didn't even hear what you said.
That's what I said.
You're funny.
So.
You need like a punching bag or something.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
What about the fart?
Huh?
Oh no. Okay. Don't do that. Not allowed to say. There is a truck outside? There's a big truck outside?
The fuck?
I have no clue.
Oh, their neighbor.
He drives a big ass
Spiking the
truck?
truck in his driveway.
What?
That's impressive if he's managing to do that. Why don't you just park it on the street?
Because they're probably gonna take it. They have a bud. They're doing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
The fucking post. Man.
Okay. Yo, you're so good. That was amazing. Well done. That was so fucking cool.
So that's his job.
Yeah, he's a trucker. Yeah, poop.
Is it a snap?
I think so.
Okay.
I like that everybody on the internet world also heard. You slapped me in the butt and I had to poop. Is that 0?
Where'd you see that?
Top right. Top left.
1.
1? It's been the same one. I don't know what's happened. I think it's someone who's probably monitoring my live stream. Because they're always there. Like in the past couple days.
You're bad now. Well, you know.
Yeah, that or it's fucking Xi Jinping.
One China.
One China forever.
Oh my god. You parked it where there's still space in front of this car and this driveway.
That's crazy.
Fucking insane. Probably he's coming to resupply his truck.
Huh?
You know, because there's a huge cabin on the back.
Yeah.
So, you know, cleans the thing, change the sheets. Since we're here, I never signed with his truck, though. Since we're here, never signed with the truck.
No, I never seen him with a truck either.
Because most of the trucker owns their own truck.
Yeah.
It's just the payload.
Well, it's probably fucking, you have nowhere to park it here. No, I have to proof what you've done.
That's what you get. Is that a super long thing? Yeah, it is. Why is it there?
Can I have it?
Why is it there?
Because it fell.
Oh. I stepped on it.
Oh, the USB 3 is broken. The problems are still in there. As soon as you shove anything in it, the problems are going to bend.
That's what she said.
Clever. So clever.
Oh, you're bad.
Oh, I had to poop.
Poop slap. It's kind of weird.
I'm going to because I need a fart. Oh, no.
Oh, isn't it? I brought your lighter. We'll get to this. Just went on the ground. No, I just picked it up.
Oh.
Of course, it's there. Unless you want to smoke this.
What?
It's hurting my lungs. I can't do. Yeah, just like that. Yeah.
It's like plastic. Rose.
Rose? Plastic, yeah.
Oh. Oh. Okay. We are okay.
We are okay, she say.
Oh. Mm.
Like what JS says.
What?
I took a puff. I cough, and then I took another puff, and I puke. Fucking guy.
I don't know what was going on last time I went there. It was super awkward though.
Why?
There was like 5 fat chicks
5 fat chicks?
in his living room.
Oh, that's because it's his his girlfriend friends.
Yeah, I guess so.
Because she's okay, what we call fat chicks,
Yeah.
which mean for them skinny chicks are ugly, and they act like a Mean Girls Club as skinny chicks, but they're fat.
Ew.
So they arrange themselves like they have confidence as like a model skinny chick. So yeah, there's a fat bitch. So they're all together, they're all fat, they're all pretty,
Yeah,
and
they were nice to me too.
yeah.
They were like, "Hey," I'm like, "Hello." I want to leave.
Yeah, you were the ugly one in there for them.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so they were like, "Oh, hi." You know?
Whatever boosts your confidence, you tell yourself whatever you fucking.
But it is a fashion.
Whatever they can. Whatever floats your boat.
Well, they float for sure.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think?
No, they don't.
Fat chick?
No, fat chicks float.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
What do you know?
My godmother with her giant tits. It was a natural floater. What she was saying. She could go deep in the water and she was floating naturally.
That's funny.
That was hilarious. When you're pretty, you're sick.
What was her name?
Lise.
Lise what?
Lise Tremblay.
Tremblay.
Yeah, she's the cousin of my father. My father's cousin.
Ah.
She's my actual godmother.
Oh. Okay.
She's just lesbian.
Oh.
And my other mother was her girlfriend, which I call my aunt. Because all my youth, I call them my aunts. So people don't
question.
Yeah, and they don't realize that I'm talking about a lesbian couple. It's kind of a whole. At some point, my foster care asked me. I was like 10 years old, and my foster care asked me, "You know that your godmother and the other ones are together, right?" I'm like, "You guys just figured that out?" I'm like, "You guys are dumb."
Dumb.
Yeah, you guys are just dumb.
Yeah, but like, why would anybody even fucking care?
Well, because the war on the gays at this time, right?
What I just like fucking blows my mind that people are just like, we fucking have to cater to the gay community and the trans community, and it's like, yeah, but you know what? It's only because like Obama was the one who legalized gay marriage. First of all, that only happened like 10 years ago. And then even before that, the past 20 years, like, we've been calling the gays the reason for AIDS.
Yeah.
Like... Monkeypox. I just have to look that up. That was a very short-lived fucking disease, apparently.
Are you going somewhere?
We know.
Okay.
Well, I have to go get smoked after.
Oh, when he's back on the reserve.
Yeah. Why?
That's okay.
What, did you want the thing?
No. I want your eternal love.
That you already have though.
There you go. So I don't.
Okay.
Chips, if you can steal some from him.
Okay. Thank you, Chip. I never know what kind of chips to get you.
Like seriously, I like nature chips.
Yeah.
Salt and vinegars. Salt and vinegar is actually my favorite one.
What about Miss Vicky?
Miss Vicky's salt and vinegars.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are really good. These are really, really good. But I don't buy them because they're like $7 a bag.
What?
Yeah. Chips at they're expensive. It's like two for $9.99, and you're like, wait, what? Like I thought a bag of chip was less than $5. Yeah, no, it's not like that anymore.
Really?
Yeah, so you might as well just grab the cheap ones when you buy some. The cheap ones you get at Maxi are pretty good. Actually.
Oh, what were the called?
The no-name one.
What?
The no-name one.
Oh.
The one you have?
Humphreys or something?
I don't know. I'm not a chip expert. I don't give a flying chip about it. I'm walking in circles. I'm walking in circles. I was falling asleep on my chair.
Oh.
Can't believe you parked that shit there. Like, why is there a giant truck on the street? Yeah, good fucking cool. Wow. What am I doing?
Everybody close.
Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing it in circle.
Need help?
Sure. Well, what could be? Love you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Stupid. How much did I do then?
A monster is that?
Oh, what color is in the face?
Dream catcher. Did you see the movie? There's a book. Like there's when people goes in the bathroom. There's like this weird heel coming out of their butt. And they die. Super fucked up.
What are you watching?
It's different game.
About eels coming out of people's butts?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
That's fucked up.
Ow.
What?
Sometimes it hurts more than others.
You like the gold, but I did the gold.
Yeah.
The only reason why I don't do gold is because the color I used to do it for when I used to go clubbing.
That's part of every day, right?
Indeed. Ours is a way cooler party.
Right?
Only fucking faggots go clubbing. Or tourists. If you're a tourist, that's different.
Oh, that person left.
Is it Friday?
No. I think
Thursday.
Thursday.
So tomorrow's Friday.
Yeah. DJ.
Because usually the people behind us only have people over on.
Oh, okay, that's why you were wondering.
Yeah.
I really like the fucking light thing. I'm sure it's heat. Yeah.
Like one of the arena ones.
Same as
My here.
Matthew. Nobody has above it.
Huh. What? I'm sorry.
That's cool, man.
That's what I like. Actually, you're not. You're very complicated.
I'm complicated, but like in my time, I just like simple things.
You're low maintenance.
I like simple things. Like my girlfriend to be very complicated, though. You're very complicated.
Ouch!
No, it's in a good way. It's
My feelings.
It's a compliment. You know,
That I'm
you're
complicated.
paddless.
That's almost never a compliment.
You know what you like. You're very your idea sharing. You're not just you're not a quiet. Anyway, it's complicated. Sitting. I'm not complicated. Like,
I've been told I'm a spaz. Stop.
I started this yesterday. Was at the car dealership getting a recall.
Oh, that's right.
And it took longer than I expected, so I didn't have time. But
That was very good. Apparently in Norway, the Jehovah's Witnesses,
the what?
Jehovah's Witnesses, they're in court trying to say that they don't exile people if they don't believe in the.
But you have to start thinking that in their religion, they only have like 147,000 place in their heaven. Like there's a limited spot. So why do they continue to bring people in their religion if there's only a limited spot? Look into Jehovah. Think how many spots are available in Jehovah heaven. It'll tell you. So why would you bring more people? Is that not risking your spot? To some extent.
That's true, eh? What? Right.
Yellow bub sailing. Yellow bub sailing. Yellow bub sailing. Yellow bub sailing. Oh, yellow bub sailing. Oh, yellow bub sailing.
2 centimeters of snow on Sunday.
No, everybody's gonna be pissed because they all removed their tempo. Hey, they're gonna be able to pay the.
You think? Well, I wanna tell Keith, like, just so you know, and so you're ready. Significant what?
I didn't believe that people removed the tempo prematurely. Stop.
Okay.
Huh? Yellow Bub Serena.
we're talking about Norway. Sorry I missed yesterday. Was at the car dealership
That
getting a
is very
recall
cute.
done. And it took longer than. We're talking about
You guys are trying so hard to
Sorry,
push
this
me
yesterday
fucking
was
your
at
propaganda
the
shit.
car dealership getting a recall done.
Yeah.
And it took longer than I expected.
Hey.
Cat constantly has his tail on him.
Let's do this.
Like molesting with his owner with his tail. So this guy was a Jehovah's Witness.
Hello, everybody, and welcome
Hello.
to my YouTube channel, or welcome to my YouTube channel. I'm Call Me Chris. You can call me Chris. And what's that, Pete? Yeah, that shirt really does bring out their eyes, doesn't it? And you're not wearing your shirt? You look good. I'm just saying. Sorry, that was inappropriate. Kind of the theme of today's videos. We were watching TikToks that should be illegal. Also, to note, I just got to the hospital. I was there for a couple days. I had a kidney infection.
Oh my god!
And it has been very painful and very annoying. I'm in a lot of pain right now, not gonna lie. I took some morphine, so I'm probably gonna start declining through the video, so that'll be fun. Let's get to it.
I'm trying to figure out if my glass is glass or plastic, so let's see.
Okay. I don't think that's the best way to test if something's glass or not. I take the same approach to brownies.
I don't know, we make brownies, and I think we're dead. I'm just going by really slow.
That's what I'm talking about. The cob. And he confiscated the week or so was maybe brownie, but he just used way too much.
Petting my dog, talking about how I think I know where the lost city of Atlantis is. You know, between.
I got you all right in Woodbrook, baby, bacon, whiskey, and law.
I thought that would.
Baby, bacon, whiskey, and law.
I thought that would.
Killers, I'm sure, but there was a genuine split second where I thought, oh my god, she kicked his hair off.
Oh, my painkillers are literally on morphine. I thought she just murdered her man on the TikTok. What a quick cake, yeah. It's gonna be rough to get through. Holy, okay, let's continue.
I never thought these pants were pinstripe.
Pinstripe.
They say fuck you.
You man. Oh my gosh, like she didn't know. That'd be me as a grandma. I would just have like messages. Isn't my pinstripe leggings to like my grandkids? Yeah, like Taylor is my favorite grandchild. Just oh, balloons, never good. Never good. See, balloons are the source of all evil. They are. I know it. Nothing good comes from balloons. And you may say, "Oh, Chris, but like, what about birthday parties and balloons and birthday parties?" No, they're taking all the attention away from the person. They just make terrible noises, and I don't like it.
I'm coming off the water line. Just know you might get hit. Bro, one sip of that water and you're gonna.
Oh my god. You know, one basic bitch is gonna come up to that water fountain and be like,
Oh my god, is that a vanilla sweet cream nitro cold brew? Oh my god, okay. No, it's shit. It's shit. No.
That's a good analogy for life. You know, when your legs get. Oh, he's just trucking. You know what? That's a good. Oh, look at that little plitty. Oh, yeah, its legs got caught. Oh, he's just trucking. You know what? That's a good little analogy for life. You know, when your legs get stuck in your dress and you can't move forward, you just gotta walk on your hands. You're gonna have to kill so many gingers to make gingerbread houses for Christmas. And we don't know to kill a cheer because we made Golden Girl. Golden Girl's inspired. I did not know that's how you make gingerbread houses for gingers. But you know, gingerbread houses, gingers. I'm just kidding, I love gingers too. I eat them both. They both die. See, everybody wins. Oh no, the buttons! Sister. Are they all sisters?
Sister.
Oh my god.
What are nuns? Oh my god, I thought they were.
Oh, they're nuns! They'll be like me though. If I die, I'm taking all three of my sisters with me. You're gonna die with me, bitch. Otherwise, they're gonna tell all my secrets. Oh god. Now I know if one of my sisters ever disappears, I'm just gonna play that and then I'm gonna go to jail. But that's fine. Stole the girl from the Polar Express's iPhone. That's Face ID. Oh my god, look at her! Jay, put up what the girl from Polar Express looks like. See?
Oh yeah.
They look really good. They look really alike. Nice. SpongeBob.
That's not SpongeBob. That's Bob Blipple.
You know what? fixing sounds better in French. This is an AirPod case. Disgusting. I say this is a bottle cap. These are headphones. These are Pete Vipers. I just immediately turned to Chad when I put these on. I can't speak French. Heat Vipers. Oh, birds. The birds.
I hate birds.
You are for what? What? Birds are assholes.
She bit mommy. She bit her mommy.
I used to have those cocktails.
Look at us all blushy cheeks.
That's one that I accidentally killed. Because I had a heart attack, and then my sister and friend ran around and be like, "Oh, that."
After too.
What? No. The birds were terrible. Was he?
You're no bitch.
Capri Sun. Oh, was that a wine bottle? Wait, what? Oh my god. He about to stick a straw in his dog's ass. That's nasty. Probably easier than sticking it in a wine bottle, though. Kevin? Things you hear as a teacher.
Taking that kid stat.
You know what? Props to teachers who are teachers nowadays, because kids are the
Home Alone.
weirdest shit.
She's naming her like 13 child, and she's like, Kevin?
That's fun.
Oh no. And they forgot him at home. Oh
Oh yeah,
wow.
that's me. That's fun. Oh my god, that's me on roller skates. I don't know how people do that. And then that's the thing of the little stopper on the front where you like use your toes to stop. I always just like stop and like keel over. Surprised I haven't broke my nose yet, knock on wood. I stole Gabby Hannah's phone and I need Face ID unlock. That was accurate.
Menu. Wow. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Murmur. Around Blackberry.
Oh my god.
I moved to the moon.
See, French just
Fucking bunch of stupid idiot. Great though.
These turkeys followed me all the way to my dorm.
Turkey's still on me, bro.
Oh my god, turkeys are terrifying.
Get away!
I was cornered for minutes until my fight or flight kicked in.
They're gonna gang beat his ass.
Oh.
They're gonna gang pluck his ass.
Oh, it's all bad.
Yeah.
It's all bad!
Great advice.
Oh my god!
What's up now?
Oh man, I
Fucking
love
turkey.
for Thanksgiving dinner. That's all they're trying to do. But I hate turkeys. They're terrifying. I'm putting that on my list. What is my
There's
list
so
now?
many sort of bridge here.
It's balloons,
That's what
swans, birds in general, I guess. Turkeys, I guess they're birds as well. Leeches, I'm sure there's more, but I have a list.
Hey, can I get some more spread? Ooh, spread those cheeks. Go, dude, go.
I love that. I wish somebody would say that to me at my window. Can you imagine somebody coming up to my window for like chicken nuggets and telling me to spread my cheeks? That was last night.
Alright, y'all, so we got a tree, and for some reason,
Why is the
I don't
tree
know if they
shitting?
injected water in it or something, but this thing is chock full of that drink, that scissor. I don't know if it's scissor. I don't know what it is.
Looks like it.
Straight gooey, though.
What is that?
I don't know. Look at how much
It's a maple cheese
right
bunch
here.
of idiot.
Straight up, if I
What
saw
is
that,
this?
what's
Maple water.
It's nice.
It's not hitting the pitches. I think we're gonna
Maple
have to
water.
run through a bunch of monsoon.
We were just getting on the tree to do the maple season.
That one works. That one works.
Oh my god, why is that like fire though?
I met this guy on Tinder like a month ago.
Okay.
Anyways, we're at Disney World right now.
Shit. She doing it right. Stay abstinent, lady.
Baby, let me out! Leave him, kid.
Chastity belt down there. Don't give it up.
Oh, baby, have fun.
My neighbor liked
I'm gonna
it
go
too.
downstairs for the
Oh, yeah?
posters for the wall. Wait for my hot water to come back.
It's kind of, low key, high key, stupid, but also genius. Oh my god!
He's talking on my laptop. No, but some of the text messages.
This filter makes it so much better. Somebody just screenshotted that. Jiffy.
Sure, bro?
Oh my god.
Peanut butter.
Wait, why? Why was there a perfect hole in the peanut butter? That was so.
Ew.
Ah, gross. 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 But he's taking it.
You are
Gross,
allowed.
gross, gross, gross.
Permission. Excuse. Why am I living right now? Why am I breathing the same air as her? Oh, I am adorable. I hope there's nobody posing seductively on my bed. Ooh, what's it gonna be? A cat. Oh my god. That cat is ready to do something very naughty. Or should I say that? It's about to do something. What is your Starbucks order?
It's usually a Vermont icicle cigar clock alarm.
That's so good. Do you imagine ordering that? I think the morphine's kicking in. I'm sorry if the jokes are getting worse and worse.
I've been wearing my big shoe boots. Like, how do you drive?
Oh.
I just put on one normal. Haters gonna hate, but
Oh, that is genius. Not that I wear platform boots, but if I do, I'm gonna do that. Maybe kind of walking around like this, right? Oh, my kidney really hurts right now. Ah, shit. Power through you. Oh, he wants that wrench. Give it to him. Somebody bring up the axe. Oh, wow, I've never put so much effort into something in my life as much as that. That's crazy. I'm so sad for that puppy. I just want to rip that branch off that tree. Give it to him. When you get sent to the principal's office for something good.
So, can you tell me where you're sitting across the table from me right now?
Oh my god.
Listen, we've been tracking your progress this past month, and I personally want you to be in the gifting program here. By the way, your mom is smoking hot. I'm sorry, what I meant was, is that something you're interested in?
You know what? That's what I want to achieve when I'm older. That's all I want is to be the mom that the principal wants to put my son into a gifted class. I have big aspirations in my life. Milk. Okay, everybody, I hope you enjoyed those videos. I'm sorry if my brain capacity slowly declined through the video, but Oh, hello. I did not know we were expecting company. But nevertheless, I'm quite happy you came. I do like the outfit you've chosen. It looks very good on you. Very, very fitted. Very pretty. Very dashing. One might think you're trying to outdo me. But I know you would not do that. Or would you? Gods? Hello, everybody, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. Or welcome to my YouTube channel. I'm Queen Call Me Chris, and you can call me Chris. And today, I can't keep up that accent. I've been watching The Crown for a week straight. I'm already on season 2. Honestly, both of you. It's fantastic, alright? Not sponsored. I'm just obsessed, and I'm obsessed with the way they talk. It's just so proper, and I just love it, and it just makes me feel better than everyone else around me. People may look at me like I'm crazy, but I am, so joke's on them. Anyway, today we're going to be watching some cringy content, so let's get to it. Yes, I had a horrible idea we were going in this direction. Also, I would just like to say I added a lava lamp to the back because I forgot about lava lamps. They're really fantastic. I can just watch them for hours. Look at that. Look at it go. Wow. Oh. We are starting out really, really strong with that one. It's not cringe. It's just different. I finished. You can stop. Oh, no. Wow, I just went from 1 to 50 real fast. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that. I didn't think they were talking about that because I'm assing it, you know? I just picture him filming that, just like, oh, this is going to be good. Oh, the bitches are going to love me. This is going to be so sick. Oh, yeah, I'm going back down. Sick. What goes through your head, my guy, all right? Oh. I was waiting for this. I was waiting for the emo kids. Look at his hair, his eyeliner, that angle from the heavens. I feel like that's like the 40-year-old mom Facebook profile picture angle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aren't you my best friend at work?
So I'm not racist. People think I'm really racist. There was a video here, and I said I sang the N-word, but I didn't spell it down so fast.
Just because you're friends with somebody doesn't necessarily mean you're racist. And also, I guess saying, you know what, anything I say right now could be taken, clipped out, and be taken really bad. That was a funny video for a lot of reasons. That's it. Is that going to work, PR manager?
Yeah, I just got the list back from the guys, Chris, and that one seems to be clear.
Okay, fantastic. What is happening? Sorry, I can't read this. Goddamn, I need it. 1 second. Okay, here we go.
Gather round because now is Chris Reed Scream.
My mom is going to find him. Ha 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 ha. Find who? Who's she gonna find? I don't know what's going on in this video. Why she's crying? Why is she crying?
Marvel's literally just driving home from City.
Okay.
And
What
I was
happened?
going the speed limit, and then he literally just like this to me, and I was like,
Oh.
what?
You got flipped off? Get the flip over it, alright? I be flipping off people every day, alright? You know what? Who cares? What are you gonna do? Is this gonna be another beef series? If I told my mother that I got flipped off in a car, she'd be like, what the fuck did you do? Oh.
I don't know. Everybody knows.
Alright. Do you have a real beard? Do you have a real
White people wear.
Thanks.
And yes, I'm aware that I've won. White people is embarrassing.
Was that a real beard? What is this? I approve though. White people, especially white people in horror movies. What are we doing, guys? What are we doing? Don't check out the noise. I'll be right back. Or ask what the noise is. Okay, run in the other direction.
Have an aneurysm, why don't you?
Run in the other direction. Okay, take notes from Get Out. From us.
Give me your phone.
Come on. Oh my. Did you suck off Satan? Excuse me when I go down to meet him again. What is wrong with me?
Pop. Can you say pop?
Oh.
Sickle.
I like her cosplay. What kind of people do voiceovers for babies, for like kids? That's really weird.
Who?
Who does that? It's so cringe.
Promise.
Cringe, ultimate cringy. I would never do that.
I just want to look at them.
Hey, babe. Don't call me that. Why? Because I'm breaking up with you? Why? Because you're too nerdy. No, is he gonna change into a sexy man? I gotta make a change. Is it gonna be a body now? Oh, he put a hoodie on it. It looks like a whole other guy with his glasses on. Whoa, what's your name again? Sigma male if I ever seen one. What's your name again? I just want to know, when you wake up in the morning and you look in the mirror and you just say to yourself, hey, I'm going to make a video today in a plaid shirt with my mom's glasses on. And that's going to make me look ugly enough to look nerdy or whatever. And then I'm going to put a hoodie on. And then I'm going to make that thirst for white. What makes you think this? I just don't understand the reasoning behind this, you know? I hope your mom walked in on you making that stupid video, all right? If I walked in on my son making a video like that, this is what I'd do.
Brad, yes,
What are you doing? Are you making a thirst trap again, Brad? I told you. I'm not saying I beat my kid, okay? I'm just saying I beat my kid. Nah, I let them be creative in whatever way they want it, as long as it's legal. When you get this sharp, painful itch in your cooch. I love Morgan. Is that Morgan? Look at this. That's what's cringy about it. It's real. I'm sure guys get it too. Anybody that gets the itch crotch, the itch in your crotch. Can we normalize itch in our crotches once in a while? Like, don't be excessive with it. Don't hang out down there. But you know what? If you gotta itch your crotch. Just don't make eye contact with anybody. All right?
I got asked today if I was a jealous person.
Oh.
And I said no. I'm not a jealous person. I'm a possessive person. And what's mine is mine, and don't touch it.
Lip singing on point.
Okay.
It's like one of those old kung fu movies.
Join the commander!
When you have trusted someone and they promise to not be like the rest. Damn you! This guy's been through shit. God, somebody hurt this man, and I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna punch the screen. Jake, can you put sound effects for this? my move. It's how I get all the guys. Dear God, I am not going to heaven. Don't touch me. You hurt my feelings. I'll make it up to you. I'm sorry, baby. Oh no! What? Can you give it to me? What? What are you doing, Garrett? Garrett? You know what? I kind of just wanted the new iPhone, but I mean, this'll do, I guess. Was that supposed to be attractive, Garrett? Come on. The flannel, though, as a Canadian, I approve. That was very, very sexy. With the belt around your hands. You know it has to be around my hands. Oh my God, it's Chris! Hey, Chris is my friend. Try mine on. Oh, his jacket? Aw, you look sharp. Aw, don't encourage. Aw, that's sweet. That's sweet. To clarify, Chris gave a little girl a jacket because she wanted to look like a boy. And apparently the people around there were not okay with the little girl wanting to wear a jacket, but Chris made it okay, which we love. Good job, Chris. Gold star for you. That's not cringe. That is inspirational. Why would people make a big deal out of a girl wearing a jacket to begin with? Like, what the fuck? Same thing with like boys wanting to paint their nails and shit as a kid. Like people need to grow the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Guys can paint their nails and girls can have short hair. Grow the fuck up. Babe, I had fun last night. Oh, what happened last night? Oh my. That last scene. They just threw in a throwback. And you think I wouldn't notice? The amount of cake was insane. People are getting bold on this app, I'm just saying. And I kind of admire it. It's a little cringe, but I admire it. That was like watching a Oscar-winning movie. Those flashbacks. Very nice. I'm going out, babe. Not like that. Babe, go change. No. What did you just say to me? I'm sorry. Listen, baby girl, I'll make you the rules, not you. Let me tell you something, alright? If I walked out like I look like right now, like this, and a motherfucking man told me to go back and change, you know what I'm gonna do to the man? You already know what I'm gonna do to the man, alright? For legal reasons, that was a joke. When you have to change them in public places? When you have to change what? Your undies? Your pantyhose? What are you changing and why are you doing it in public? Go inside a room. What are you doing? Wait a second. Are you doing what I'm thinking? Are you making a movie? A bad movie? Why did that take me so long to figure out? I was actually confused why she was changing. Maybe that's not why she's changing. Maybe my mind just went